the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Take up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसा मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना. तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. 'Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they
on that path to champions, we have more teams lined up from RoSEA ready to take on the challenge, facing up against each other and proving their worth here at the rest of Southeast Asia region. My name is Colden. Join with me for the broadcast here today, none other than the one and only Grammys herself. And we're excited to bring you more action here at rest of Southeast Asia. More games. We're here for the playoffs for Split 2. Can't wait to get things started for the day.
Yeah, super excited for what we have in store today. We have old faces, we got new faces, a bunch of different teams making it through the open qualifiers for Split 2 this time around, and I'm super excited to see what they have in store for us.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of teams at the ready. We've got 8 teams right here in the playoffs. 4 teams from Split 1 that have already qualified a couple months ago, and then we have 4 that are coming here in Split 2 from the open qualifiers. But if you guys want to stay tuned to all of the action that we have here at rest of Southeast Asia, do follow our socials. Down below, VALORANT Esports, MYSG for pretty much everything. And yeah, you can stay tuned to all the action. We'll keep you guys updated with everything that we do have on broadcast, off the broadcast as well. The teams that are coming through, got a couple of interesting names. We'll get to that later on. But yeah, excited to get the Split 2 started here, Grammys. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun split.
Yeah, I mean, just like so excited like what we have in store today, right? Because today's matches are super interesting. Like we said before, there's a bunch of different teams that are coming in from the open qualifiers this time around. We don't see a lot of teams coming in from the SGMY region. Instead, we see a lot of teams from other places instead, like Mongolian region, maybe even like we have even a team from Taiwan, I believe. Is XLB from Taiwan? Yeah, it's just a lot of like different people from different backgrounds, and I feel like the play styles will kind of differ a bit from like the region to region, and it's just going to be a very, very exciting thing to see how they adapt to the rest of the teams that we have coming in from the first open qualifiers already.
Yeah, and I do think we have an explainer video to recap on how the format's going to be like, and you know how the teams can actually get there in the end. So take it away.
Hi, hello. Hi guys. Oh, just grabbing some snacks. What did I miss? VCT Challengers SEA 2026. Of course I know about that. Chat, y'all can't possibly think that I would miss the news on VCT Challengers SEA 2026, right? No, why wouldn't you guys believe me? Okay, you know what? Let me convince you by explaining about the tournament format. Welcome to VCT Challengers Southeast Asia 2026, where rising contenders battle for their path to champions. Here is everything that you need to know. In 2026, VCT Challengers SEA features 2 splits, Split 1 and Split 2, running from January through July. The journey begins with 5 open qualifiers across the region: Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, and the rest of SEA. From each qualifier, the top 8 teams will secure their place in the regional tournament. The top 4 teams from Split 1 regional tournaments will automatically retain their spot in Split 2 regional tournaments, while the bottom 4 teams will have to return to the open qualifiers. This brings us one step closer to discovering Southeast Asia's next great challenger. Wow, so many qualifiers and even more teams fighting to become challengers this year. But hold on. We're just getting started. Let's keep on going. The 8 teams will continue their path in the regional tournaments with a double elimination format. The top 2 teams from each regional tournaments and top 2 teams from Premier will advance to VCT Challengers SEA 2026, making it 12 teams in total. There are 2 phases in VCT Challengers SEA: group stage and playoffs. In group stage, each team will compete in a group stage format, 4 groups of 3, where they will face each team in their group once. In the event of a 3-way tie, map and round differential will be used to determine which team take the first place and advances. The remaining 2 teams will then do a tiebreaker match to determine second place and who advances. Every match matters. Only the first and second place teams move on to the playoffs, while third place is eliminated.
This season marks our biggest year yet, with more matches, more competition, and even more high-stakes moments. Hey, you're hearing all of this from me for the first time, right? Well, there are still a few surprises in store.
The 8 teams that qualify for the playoff will go through a double elimination format where the best team will claim the title. And now, here's the big announcement you've been waiting for. The champions of Split 2 will secure a place in VCT Pacific Stage 2 play-ins. Meanwhile, the runner-up and the team with the highest total of Challengers points across Split 1 and Split 2 will earn another opportunity through the Last Chance qualifier.
It's gonna be a long, long journey. So what are you waiting for? This is your path to champions. Where's my phone? Oh.
What we have ahead of us. So right now we're going to be having the regional tournaments for each of the regions. This is again the rest of Southeast Asia region, where the top 8 teams coming in from the open qualifiers will battle it out in a double elimination best of 3 format, and the top 2 teams from this regional tournament will advance to that SEA group stage, which will take place later on this year itself. I mean, this is Split 2 already, so there's a lot at stakes here for all these teams, because in this season, the teams that are able to win it out in the Southeast Asia playoffs itself can have a chance to play in the Tier 1 League of VCT Pacific itself. But let's not get ahead of ourselves right there. We still have the SEA group stage after the regional tournaments itself, and then the playoffs. Again, the path to champions is not going to be easy, but it is a huge opportunity for all these teams that we have here. The champions of Split 2 will get a chance to play in the Pacific Stage 2 play-ins, and the runner-up from that Split 2 will get a chance to join the LCQ as well. So they'll still have a chance to make their way to the VCT champions overall. And there's also a team with the Challengers points that can join the LCQ here. So Colton, it's just a lot of opportunities for our Tier 2 growing scene to advance and push themselves to the limit here.
Yeah, it's a lot of opportunities, and definitely, this is something that we kind of will be seeing next year, in 2027, when there's a new format. There's the open circuit / partnership style hybrid approach. This is going to be a bit of a homestay going into 2027. So a lot of the organizations, a lot of the players, I think right now they're looking at Split 2 as like that entry point, right? You do well in Split 2, you have a chance and a shot at champions, and if not, you can still ride the momentum into 2027. That's where you can qualify for Masters, you can qualify for all the cups. A lot of chances there, and so I think a lot of organizations are also looking at Split 2 as an entry point. I've got a couple of organizations already in the rest of Southeast Asia, but yeah, this is the chance to really start that momentum going, get those points, rack up those placements, and of course the prize pool is nothing to be scoffed at as well, right? $50,000 for that prize pool. First place with 12,500, and so on and so forth. And something a little bit interesting is that the MVP also gets $1,000, so not too shabby on that front. Hopefully we could see some duelists maybe, and honestly, if you get a non-duelist, I'll be even more happier, because in the duelists sometimes have all the limelight. Sometimes you gotta share the love a little bit. But these are the teams that we have so far as the top 8 in Split 2 playoffs, right? The top 4 on the top half: Motive Esports, Rival Esports, Galaxy Rain, and an unsigned 5, the top 4 from Split 1. Joining with the top 4 Split 2 open qualifiers, we got Xiaolong Bao, XLB, we've got Trinity, Game On, as well as Breakpoint. So 3 Mongolian teams joining the fray. It's a little bit scary right there. And it's going to make things very interesting here in the playoffs, as you know, we only have 2 slots available for Challengers Southeast Asia.
Yep, and let's take a look at the brackets itself. Today's games are going to be Trinity against Galaxy Rain Esports, which will be the first match that you see on your screen right there, M2. And the second match of the day will be Motive up against Breakpoint. So these are going to be super interesting, right? Because it's just, there's 2 Mongolian teams coming into the fray, going against the teams that retain their spot in the first split itself. And Breakpoint are here for kind of a revenge match. And yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty interesting day, all things considered.
Due to the seedings, right? Number 1 seed, Motive up against, you know, Breakpoint and Galaxy Rain, who, you know, have not shown to be the best team in terms of their form compared to their opponents, but it's gonna be an exciting one nonetheless, right? Because I think in this split, it's gonna be so open. There's so many teams that are near the top, vying for that first top 2 placement. So anything goes here, and I think getting off to a good start could be that recipe for success. We've seen before Motive struggling to find their form early on in the tournament. Is it going to be a repeat here? Is Trinity going to be a team where, you know, they get the stage fright jitters? I would think not, but you never know. Motive as well. It's been a bit of a pause since split number 1, so maybe a team that has good AD strats, has good ideas, could catch one of these favorites off guard.
Yeah, I mean, I like that point that you brought up about the anti-strats, because Motive and Trinity are both teams that played in the Southeast Asia Split 1 itself, right? So there's bound to be a little bit more like data, a bit more information about them compared to Breakpoint and GXR, who kind of were knocked out towards the regionals itself. So coming into this, even though you consider GXR as well as Breakpoint the underdogs, I feel like if they do their homework, where if they have those anti-strats, it definitely could come in handy against the top teams like Motive as well as Trinity.
Yeah, let's take a look at the lineups here. We've got Trinity, a team that was, I would say, underrated in Split 1 Southeast Asia. They qualified through the Premier qualifier, right? Not through the regionals, through Premier itself. I think a lot of teams underrated them or overlooked them. And Trinity actually made their way all the way to the playoffs, right? 5th and 6th placement in Split 1. Nothing to be scoffed at. A very respectable victory in their own right. We've got Daiki, Decoy, 140, Satnaz, as well as Batank here for this Trinity squad. Full Mongolians, and we all know how scary the Mongolians can be. Their aim, their mechanics, that's what they're known for. But I think this team, truly the embodiment of the current meta, right? The double duelists, they play it to perfection. And on the other side of the battlefield, Grammys, we've got Galaxy Rain.
Yeah, GXR, they've been here since Split 1, right? Retaining their spot as 4th place back then. We got Roz, Ploy, Clumsy, Spectre, as well as Park. Now, these guys coming in from the Cambodian region, they definitely have their moments that they shine in as well. I feel like all of them are really, really hardworking individuals, and I'm super excited to see that they have a spot in here to try and prove themselves once again. Maybe what they couldn't do in the first split, will they be able to bring it all the way through this time around? That's going to be the question here.
Yeah, that is the question, right? Can they face up against a team such as Trinity? It's a tall order, but Galaxy Rain have shown that they're able to take down, you know, favorites in their matchups, right? If you look at the past games that they've played, they've taken down Aura, they've taken down Fish Action Party, right? 2 teams that actually did have a relatively good showing in Split 1. So I'm excited to see how this pans out. They've already got experience, right? Taking down Aura, a fellow Mongolian team, to Trinity. So, you know, who knows what might happen here. Galaxy Rain, a team that has had time to practice, didn't show any officials since Split 1, so they have quite, you know, a lengthy amount of time for them to prep, for them to do their homework. And I think the sole representatives from Cambodia really have something to prove here, because they're fighting for their region, not just for themselves. They want to prove that their region deserves more spots, more attention, more organizations.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, there's a lot of talented players from their region itself, and I mean, you can even see, even in the Mongolian region, we didn't have so many Mongolian teams rise up before, but now that they're given a chance, there's just so many teams that are able to try and prove themselves here, and I believe that their Cambodian counterparts would definitely be wanting to do the same. But I mean, I feel like for both these teams, they kind of, you mentioned the double duelists, right? They kind of leaned into the Waylay Yoru kind of meta back then. I believe Trinity did run a Neon as well, but the Yoru was kind of a very strong centerpiece of their comp. So I'm wondering how exactly they're gonna adapt to this current meta where Yoru is kind of nerfed. We will have the map veto coming up as well. Again, it's gonna be Trinity against GXR. Trinity gonna pick up the map of Split, that first map. GXR picking up Lotus. This is one and I'm excited to see. I always love a good Lotus. And if we do get to that third map, it's gonna be on Breeze.
Ooh, Breeze as that decider, gonna be a bit interesting. Split being picked up by Trinity. I like that pick coming through from them. They did, they did have some very successful wins on that, especially in Split number 1. I think most notably they took down Sharper Esports on Split. It's kind of funny that we're saying Split and Split 1, right? Getting mixed up between the two. But yes, they did take home the map of Split up against Sharper the last time they played that map. In the previous split. But yeah, so it's kind of that home map for Trinity. They lean into the double duelist quite a lot. One of the most picked maps, one of the highest win rate maps as well. So I would love to see that split coming through here against GXR. I think GXR picking up this Lotus. They've kind of lost their home map, right, Gabby? If you remember back in Split 1, GXR was so good on Corrode, right?
Yeah.
That was a map that they were able to take down big names on. And it was almost always their first pick of the map. But now that Corrode is out of the map pool, right? GXR, I think, nerfed a little bit. They don't have that favorite map that they can rely on. So now they have to kind of find a different avenue of approach. It seems like a Lotus might be something they're leaning into. So interested to see how this Lotus pans out. Have not much, if any, data on GXR on this Lotus since it's the new map in the map pool. So really, just question marks for GXR on that map. I think Split should be easily TRNs. And yeah, I think if GXR wants to win this series, it has to be a 3-mapper affair.
Yeah, I do think it's pretty interesting that GXR chose to ban out the bind, considering that they did pretty well in Split 1 on it. They were able to kind of go toe-to-toe with on that map with OPY, who actually made it all the way to the Southeast Asia playoffs itself. So I'm surprised they choose to ban out bind this time around, maybe cooking up something on Lotus instead. And there have been a little bit of map changes on Lotus as well, so I don't think too many of them will be something that affects how these teams play their comps too much. But I think it's gonna be interesting to see what exactly GXR have prepped.
Yeah, I think that's the most important question, right? GXR, what prep do you have? Because up against the double duelists of Trinity, we've seen in Split 1, Trinity are that team that actually makes this double duelist work so well. It fits their playstyle really, really nicely. And I think not just in terms of their one-dimensional play, right? Some people can criticize them and say, hey, you can only play double duelists, you don't really have good mid to late round callings. But does that really even matter when you are one of the best in Southeast Asia, in your whole region at playing it? Not just in rest of Southeast Asia, but in the entire grand scheme of things. I think they were made it to 5th and 6th. In my opinion, I think one of the next best teams compared to 555 playing the double duelists. I think Trinity a little bit lacking in terms of the macro understandings, maybe the mid-round to late-round callings. But other than that, if you're not able to tango with them on the double duelist, you're going to find yourself in a very awkward situation where you're down, backs against the wall. You know what to expect. You know what's coming. The double duelists are headed to you, but there's no way for you to stop it, right? That's the problem that some of these teams face, and they just can't get over that hurdle.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge difference with knowing what's coming to you and actually see it coming to you.
Yeah.
It's just like, there's a Neon coming to your side, right? But to see a Neon hopping his way to your side itself and then just one pump shotgun to your face, that's gonna be really, really annoying. And I feel like something that GXR could lean into is maybe picking up like a Vice pick, considering that the Vice Thorns itself, it does damage based on how far you slide on walk through the thorns. So I feel like that could be a great counter for a Neon, because I know that Trinity really like to pick into that Neon. Again, like you mentioned, Coden, they really love that double duelist comp. They just really love to W key run into your face and just fight you straight up. And it's just insane to watch at times. So the question is, I feel like GXR are more of a slower, more traditional team. They don't lean into the double duelist too much. Sometimes they like to play more interesting comps, such as maybe a double Sentinel. I believe there was a Sage and Vice back on Corrode, so maybe they have something similar cooked up on Lotus. Who knows? But I mean, first map was split. This is, I feel like, it's gonna be a little bit rougher for GXR, considering what we saw from them in Split 1 itself.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of discussion that can be had about, in terms of the maps and, what we can potentially identify as weaknesses. But when you dive deeper, into what's, the dynamics of each team, I think we can focus on a couple of players as well. I think me and you were talking in the pre-game before the stream started, right, that two players that we wanted to look out for both Trinity and GXR were Daiki as well as Too Easy for Ploy, right? Because these two players, I think, play similar roles and have a very interesting approach to the game. I think Too Easy for Ploy is one of the best players that we have in the region. But before we get too deep into what players we think might be that X factor, let's talk a little bit about the predictions. Grammy, talk to me. Who do you pick and why?
I mean, I gotta be honest, I picked Trinity because of the amount of firepower that they showed in Split 1 itself. In the Southeast Asia regionals split, not regionals, the Southeast Asia split 1. I feel like this meta definitely benefits them a lot. I mean, even though they lose out on the Yoru pick, they still have the Waylay to rely on, and they have a really strong Neon in the form of Santnas.
Yeah, that's honestly, I'm just gonna copy paste your answer because I do agree as well. Cloudy's gonna hate us. Shout out Cloudy. He's one of the managers or owners of GXR. He's our friend, but today, friendships are not to be considered in the server. It's about how well you shoot and how good you can win your maps. Trinity gonna be both of our picks, I think. By far and away, they've shown their prowess. They've shown their capabilities all the way deep runs in Southeast Asia. Split 1, and that is not something that you can take lightly. Out of all the teams that we have here, I think it's only really Motive and Trinity that actually made it to the playoffs in Split 1, right? So with that being said, Trinity is just going to be that favorite team in a lot of people's eyes. I think GXR 4th seed in Split 1. There's a lot that they need to do to take down this sort of a Titan here.
Yeah, and considering that Trinity made it to Split 1 through Premier itself, where there's also a lot of different teams, very strong teams that you have to go up against. The fact that they made it out of that kind of gauntlet all the way into the playoffs, I feel like you gotta give them something right there. And for GXR, I do think, again, there's a lot of potential on the team. I would love to see an upset today, and I want to see them just pull something out of thin air, pull something out of left field and surprise all of us here.
That would be kind of crazy. I'm always down for it. I love a good underdog story, and if GXR can prove us wrong again, then by all means. I think this playoffs bracket is going to be so competitive. One of the tightest we've seen in, I think, a very long time in Southeast Asia and rest of Southeast Asia, MYSG, whatever you want to call it. So I think if GXR can pull up an upset to kick things off here on day number 1, match number 1, I think it could turn this entire bracket on its head. Who knows what we're going to get in the lower bracket? Who knows what we're going to get in the upper bracket? But it's going to be a very interesting one. So stay tuned, guys, as we get ready for the game. But I want to pivot things as well. All right, Grammy, we were talking a little bit about the players. So Daiki versus Too Easy for Ploy. I was saying Too Easy for Ploy is going to be one of the star players for GXR. Historically, he's been an incredible fragger, both playing similar roles. Daiki as well, a lot of impact. Viper, Cypher, those kind of agents for these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to watch as well, because I believe he's also actually the IGL for their team over there. So I mean, IGL on a Sentinel, on a Viper, agents that you use to go on lurks, I feel like you're a bit disjointed from your team, right? But the fact that Daiki is still able to call what he wants to do, for what he wants his team to do, while he's like split apart from the rest of his team is definitely. I mean, there's something about that that's kind of like strong about him, right? But I mean, not to like put down Ploy as well. Ploy is pretty much an insane player, insane aimer, able to clutch up a lot of rounds for his team. If I feel like he's the kind of player also, because he also like leans into the agents like Vice that are able to stop a lot of those fast-paced hits. I feel like he definitely has the potential to just go for a lot of side anchor kind of plays, get like a triple kill on site as the rest of the players are trying to entry in. And I feel like if Daiki is unable to deal with maybe like the mid-round calling or like the late round calling where you lose out on your main duelist or like your two players, and what then, right? Because it's going to be a little bit rougher from there on out because you don't have your two like star duelists to rely on anymore.
Yeah, I think we've had discussions before that the Sentinels might be very pivotal. They're stopping the duelists, and you know what else is gonna stop? Our yapping for the time being. We're gonna go for a short little break, trying to sort out some tech stuff. But when we come back, it's gonna be series number 1 of the day, Trinity versus Galaxy Rain. You guys do not want to miss that one. We'll see you guys after the short little break. and gentlemen, we've taken a little bit of a pause there to get things sorted out, but I do think we have things under control, and we are going to be jumping into the maps pretty soon. My name's Golden, join me with Grammys. Map number 1 is going to be split. What do you envision things panning out here, Grammys, as we head into Asian Select pretty soon?
I mean, I feel like it's gonna be kind of an uphill battle for GXR, considering, like we talked about before the break itself, we talked about how strong Trinity looked on that double duelist comp, especially in this current meta where Sentinels are a little bit on the weaker end, not so able to stop a lot of like heavy utility executes, heavy gunfire, firepower executes from coming in. In this current state, I do think Trinity, they're gonna have like a lot of firepower coming into this as we head on into Agent Select itself. I'm not surprised if Trinity pick up a Neon here.
Yeah, I do think that double duelist should be expected. I'm curious to see Galaxy Rain though, because they're known to play a little bit off agents, but this time, okay. We've got a couple of role changes for Galaxy Rain. So Too Easy for Ploy has historically played that Sentinel role. Wasn't really part of the roster too much in split number 1, but now he's come in not as a Sentinel, but due to the changes in the meta, he's now on the secondary duelist. He's going in as the Raze.
This is interesting because I don't think we've seen too much duelist action from him. I mean, sure, Raze still has a lot of firepower, is able to hold their own, especially if you have a bunch of people running at you. But they are going to be starting out the attack here, so we'll see more of the entry action coming in from the side of GXR instead. And it's Park picking up that Neon. I think from split 1, they did lean more into that Waylay instead. So this is interesting, right? Instead of that Waylay itself, like you see on the side of Trinity, they're picking up that Neon Race as their double duelist comp instead.
Yeah, I mean, with the Waylay changes, the nerf, there is discussions on whether that the agent would be played. We are on the live patch, of course, so yeah, I can understand why you might not want to pick a Waylay. You're leading a bit more into the Raze. You can see what Jing has been doing on that Raze in Pacific, so I'm not surprised that Galaxy Rain are kind of leading in that direction as well. So Park is the main duelist on that Neon, and Ploy, his mechanics, understandably so, is fantastic. And it seems like Galaxy Rain says, hey, instead of putting him on the back lines, let's send him in together with Park and see if he can make some space with his mechanics to kick off the round instead of closing.
This is gonna be interesting, right? Because, I mean, you pick up a Raze typically to try and break like Cypher trips, but Trinity gonna be running that double controller comp instead, joined with Sky. A little bit of mid action already. They're taking a bit of chip damage, but the kill going his way instead. That's the opening kill going away of GXR. The rest of the players barrel on into that site itself. There's going to be 2 players here to defend. Hart picks up a kill, but not before.
Nightmare's over.
140 will pick up another one. Ploy will trade on his back in GXR's favor.
2 versus 3 now. It's not the easiest situation for the Trinity squad. They're coming in from the flank though. There's a chance here. Boy, is he going to be expecting it? He does, but it's not going to be enough. That Dan's going to catch him. Back's turn. Second one as well. Raw's now left in an impossible situation. Doesn't even consider the flank. And when he does, it's doubled up as well. So Trinity, despite there being a man down, they come up clutch here in the retake. Decoy close the close. And Trinity, the first round on the board.
Yep, Trinity picking up that pistol. Definitely able to just build up their confidence a little bit. That was a 2v3 retake as well, and the tank as well as Decoy able to find their picks respectively. And I do like that they chose to double up on that final kill as well. And Ross wasn't really expecting both of them to come in from that same angle, knowing that Decoy last seen in that heaven position instead, wrapping around a pillar. Now Trinity will have the economy here.
Better weapons. We gotta get a better round here. Cleaner one, perhaps. The most ideal situation. It's just a single player alive, so let's see if they can keep it clean. Galaxy Rain, they've got all 4 of their players here towards B. Looking to be a bit of a B pop. Cypher down towards mid for a late flank perhaps, but it's only just 140 basically here on this B side to defend.
And you can see leaning towards A, Trinity already has actual information, knowing that there's more players there now. The execute will come in. There's 2 players on the side. Of Boy picks up the first whip, that Bucky, but trade comes straight back in Trinity's favor here. Roz, another one with the Bucky. They bring it down to a 2v2 situation, but both these players on GXR tag down low at a sliver of health.
Spike planted.
Right, goes down. Flank around coming through by Spectre, but into the side. That's the problem. Decoy just dashes straight through, but Tank is wary of that potential. Couple of kills being found by GXR, and the spike plan will make things, not too shabby for what they've done so far, but TRN still gonna pick up the second round.
Not too much interested as well. I believe it was just a singular Bucky or 2. I'm not too sure if the one that I think Ross had was from Ploy, picked up from Ploy itself, but nevertheless, they're not really gonna have the economy. I think they went for Force instead.
All right, anti-bonus, yeah, for TRN this time. Lost a couple more players than they would like. So you can see here, ooh, commitment is a little bit interesting. It's like a half line. There's a couple of rifles. There's a sheriff in the hands of Daiki, and now he's being pressured straight to the face. Ploy decides to go towards Vince instead, so Daiki's gonna be living for the time being. Daiki has just pushed through mid. Daiki has single-handedly just found 2 kills. The weakest weapon on his team. A flash in for the fight. Spectre's right around the corner. Hits the cam at the worst timing possible. And the round has just fallen apart for GXR.
Yeah, that's definitely not a decoy, as decoy will be taking him out. Ploy slipped on 140, tried to get a couple of pot shots, but it's clumsy and collects that kill instead. Still though, numbers disadvantage for them. They are able to retrieve a rifle in the mix of things, but the rest of the players on Trinity slowly but surely closing in on their position.
Slowly creeping up closer and closer, but you can see that the positioning from GXR is interesting as well. They've pushed in towards defender spawn. They've got great positioning, but how do they make this one work, right? Clumsy is now with that Bucky and the spike. How does he get out of this one? 30 seconds, as the announcer makes note of that, but the hit on the zip line incites. That could be a retreat coming through by Decoy. Instead, Decoy doubles back, drops the spike. And, well, Ploy is way too far from the action. Might even just opt to save a rifle. And TRN looking clean so far. 3 players still standing. It's another shutdown for GXR.
He doesn't get to save the rifle too. Decoy picks up a 3rd in the round. Trinity to 3. As they will be able to collect back onto that rifle, and Decoy even has the conversion pops up this round. So this is gonna be GXR's buy, right? And this converted pass is really all that Decoy has. Definitely could come into handy here.
Yeah, also slowly gonna get on board eventually. Got that way layout online, as you mentioned. Could be used for a retake setup, could be aggressive as well. You can see the 2 duelists leading towards that A side of the map. GXR gotta have a bit of a change up in their setup because they've been caught off guard multiple times already down towards mid. A being as well. Flash in towards main. Oh, and Spectre's gonna get a bit of a timing kill, but not before being bailed out by the teammate. The tank with the trade there. Prowler spots out where Daiki is. Stun in. And the slide as well. Lovely stuff from Park. But answered right back by Satnas. Oh, Satnas, what is this? Triple kill. Shuts down everything they want to do in mid. It's TRN with individual brilliance.
Yeah, instantly swaps over to that Vandal after picking up that Judge kill. Great mechanics coming in from Mongolian players here as they collect onto that final kill. Putting 4 on the board here for Trinity.
Yeah, things are getting out of control already, Gravies. GXR, on their opponent's map pick, TRN is just happy to toy around with that food, whatever avenue. They haven't even gotten a chance to really get into the thick of things. Just the first 2 rounds that the retake was afforded for, and that was rounds where TRN didn't have the full buy. Now that they have, it's been a relatively clean sweep so far. Great reads of the situation. And it seems like we might get a little bit of a tech pause, so try to sort that out for you guys. But yeah, GXR is looking a little bit dire.
Yeah, especially with that mid push right there. I like the initiative, but I do feel like Park was tunneling a little bit too much onto Daiki and wasn't too aware of the potential like crossfire setup that could be held in that Vent's position, and the trade's just going the way of Trinity's favor thanks to Satnas right there. Huge round coming in from Trinity. That was GXR's buy as well. So this round itself, a scrappy buy. Looking at the economy here, a Phantom in the mix, just a hero rifle for Spectre. The rest of the players opting for your shotguns, especially for the movement duelist. You have a Sheriff as well as a Stinger in the mix here, and all 5 players of GXR lined up outside of A.
Oof. Nay, off the back of a little bit of a tech pause, they're just sending it fully in towards this A site. It's only just the tank here. He's just trying to creep around the corner, and somehow Trinity have found a triple kill in all of that chaos. 2 versus 4 now. And it's an immediate fight towards the heavens, in towards the smoke too, but Decoy gets out of harm's way. Roz with immediate trade back with the Stinger, but Spike's being lost in the mix. He has the From the Shadows, so he could pick it up. But he instead chooses to go for the fight, and 140 will blindside him. And again, boy, first one in the side, last one to go down. Trinity not breaking a sweat whatsoever. 5-0, Grammy.
Yeah, this is when I think you would start to see a timeout perhaps for GXR. Maybe try and plan out what exactly you want to do this round, considering that you do have the Showstopper, a couple of other outs like the Nero Theft as well as From the Shadows not invested in that last round, not too worth it. But there is going to be a op in the mix now here for the side of Trinity.
Yeah, GXR have been kind of rushing a little bit. Maybe this op is kind of a predictive element, right? Hope, like, guessing that GXR might play a little bit slower, and looking at the spread of players, it in fact is. The op might just get its success here. Ooh, the knife on towards the Prowler, but Decoy evades it, goes back in again. Okay, a bit of a change up in position. Just there to put the refract. It goes back tucked in the corner, Grammy.
I love that microplay. Decoy will pick up the first kill in the round. Daiki good for 1 as well, and that mid completely shut down. Decoy picks up another with that op. Park tries to go for the trade, but Decoy with 3 with that op in mid, and the only one left alive is gonna be Roz.
Yeah, your eyes do not deceive you. That is not a decoy. That is the real deal. Real deal in towards Garage as Roz finds a double kill back and forth. And again, he has the From the Shadows. He could pick it up. Decoy guarding the smoke, but the Seekers will inform them that he is in towards that B site. And so Decoy doesn't even bother protecting that spike. Goes in for the close instead. Roz, 30 seconds to work this one out. But
30
Tank
seconds left.
expecting the zipline play. Smoke in towards him. Scatter. From the Shadows now committed. And oh, look at this Decoy. Oh dear. What's happening? The Tank takes the kill instead. Simple stuff from TRN. Very much readable. And GXR left scratching the heads once again.
And that's gonna force the timeout here for GXR. Again, I want to just mention that play from Decoy in mid. Choosing not to use the refract right off the bat, going for that aggressive peek and trying to get out with that light speed, and double dips back in, picks up 2 more kills. It's a great play coming in from him, and I don't know if you saw it, but I think Ross got a kill fully blind while he was in B main as well. So that was a little bit of a messy round, I would say, but nevertheless, Trinity will pick it up. 6 rounds now already in a row, and still a donut on the side of GXR. This is a Trinity timeout? Hold on.
Okay.
I think it's a GXR timeout. I see the dot flashing on.
Yeah. Which one do you believe? I can see the GXR Spectre was the one that called it, so it should be him. Unless he swapped teams. But regardless, yeah, that Goose Egg is not looking too nice right now. You've got a lot of ultimates. I like the timeout. You really need to see if you can make the most out of those to really get yourself around. But at the same time, you got to be wary of TRN's own ult economy. I mean, Satanas has got his overdrive, convergent paths from Decoy. A lot of great ults. Even the Viper's Pit from Daiki. If he uses that in mid, almost one choke point of the map already shut down. Ooh, look at this trap play coming in, Grammy.
Okay, Boy gets ahead of it, but Satanas will be there for the trade. A second one to boot. Overdrive being used to suppress any kind of firepower that GXR have, but they still will make it out alive with 3. This Lurk is being read, but the timing for Bateng, it could not be.
Everyone hiding.
Dire for him, picks up a rifle upgrade.
Cage trigger. Cage trigger.
Makes it a 3v2 now.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, the gun barrel. That's unfortunate for Daiki. Great around the world play from Spectre. Gets the kill in towards A. Calls his team back towards B. Roz has got to get his gun out. Not sure what he's expecting there. Satanas now might make things interesting. Cameras in the upper and above him. Spots out the last player. Spectre with the close. It's a 50 round of all things that gets GXR their first round on the board.
The house all over.
A bit of slight hesitation not to keep to this straight up convergent pause there. And
I know.
players of GXR come barreling straight into it. Spectre picks up a 3k, puts the first round aboard on the side of GXR.
Yeah, it's a 50 round. Whatever you want to do to get it. It is still that round. Trade of ultimates in towards B main, but it was Spectre's positioning and it got them everything. The E main push this time. Fast-paced approach. Decoy the first. Alright, coming in. He dashes back into the action. That is crazy stuff from him. Park will punish. Shutdown of A main as well. Meanwhile, 140's got the pick onto Spectre across the map. It's a 2 versus 3 this time. TRN most likely will give it a look at least.
Still have heavy control here for GXR. Overdrive as well as the Nightfall to perhaps save off any kind of aggression from TRN here. And it's just the controllers left on the side of TRN. Not too much entry firepower. Just have to go in, hard clear all these angles, and that's exactly what Daiki will do. Park will fall. That's one of the outs out of the way, but Clumsy's position still
One
very
enemy
mysterious, very
remaining.
unknown as Raw strikes from behind. The only one left alive is going to be the Omen.
No
140
charges.
on its side
Bring them
itself.
down.
For the defuse, Howler, and Roz will pick up the kill through the smoke from heaven. 3 kills in a round, and GXR will find a second.
Presentation is for amateurs. Let's go.
Yeah, I think in this situation, TRN perhaps a little bit too overconfident, a bit too disrespectful in that fight up towards ramps, giving Park too many opportunities, right, with that judge close range. Yes, Decoy found that first pick with the op, but the dash back in for the fight was very surprising. I assume GXR thought that too, and they'd be very happy for it because that allowed them to snowball a couple more kills. Back again we go. 2 rounds now for GXR, looking to get the 3rd on the board. Slow-paced approach again this time. B main control under the remit. He tested up against Daiki.
Caught one.
Cage has to back up.
Tripwire
Get
destroyed.
melted by the trip there. It's gonna get broken.
That push down towards A. Okay, what's happening down towards A? We're peeking with a judge. Are we okay, GXR? Park, what's gone into? Alright. Still got the kill nonetheless. At least traded out. A main trip was broken earlier on, so Spectre's back here to re-clear this space. Is actually calling the rest of the team to hit over. It is a decent call. It's only just Bateng here.
Playing in a off angle though, they might not be expecting this. Should they trying to re-clear that mid position and knowing that there's no one left?
your fear!
Will run back to that site itself. Gonna get spotted out by the Nightfall. Great shot coming in, but Spectre instantly trades the numbers back.
Spike down
2v2
A.
now, but both the players on Trinity are tagged down low
30
by that
seconds left.
Nightfall again.
One enemy remaining.
Tank position, no, that it doesn't even matter. He's just way too sharp with that Vandal. Picks up a 4k in the round, holding down that site for his team. No access to the A side.
Oh dear, GXR, you invest the Nightfall, but no one cares? Why is no one looking at where the Nightfall is invested? Tagged, but tank. He was hit. And then Ploy just assumes that he's not gonna get shot out of the sky. That is a bit lackadaisical. You give Trinity the opportunity. It's against the Mongolians. They will shoot you out of the air. And again we go. We're gonna test this A side yet again, Grammy.
3 players here. Double duelist count. Slowing down the down that library cage. Hear all this gunfire. A lot of util being changed, but the tank will pick up a kill. A second one to boot. What is this movement coming in from the duel? And they just try and go for these fights. And Decoy will pick up a third. Clumsy trying to snap the leading just a little longer.
Bring them down.
It has to come in for the rotate.
Oh, big fight. And Trinity by far and away winning out that one. It's an isolated 1v1 across the map. Ooh, but a good trade there from Satnas. Will prevent the Sky from getting lost in the mix. Roz now spotted down towards mid. A good fight up against Daiki, but 2 more to be found. And he's not even expecting that push coming in for Satnas. The pacing from him was just way too swift. 8 rounds. Trinity back again with a couple of rounds to their name.
One spike down
Fight,
A.
Huge of util up in A, but it is going to be Trinity who will pick up that round. Now 8 rounds on the board, just 2 away from getting to the double digits. Looking to put a 9 from the board as well, since GXR, they don't really have the economy this time around. They do have that overdrive though, which definitely could come in handy if they try to go for a fast-paced exec here. But there's 2 players keeping them in check. Overdrive instantly out of picture. Decoy picks up the first kill, the second one as well. Wants to go in for 4, and with the shorty, doesn't do too much damage, and one back with 1. Ploy good for 1 as well. The answer back with 2 on their own. 3-3.
One enemy.
As well as the rest of the team will come in with the cavalry. It's 9 rounds on the board for Trinity.
Yeah, this is the type of pacing you expect up against Trinity. You can see earlier on in this half, Trinity weren't going all the way. Now they know they can do it. That was pretty high for an expecting jump peak, or I guess a fade eye or something. But yeah, Decoy, you can see right now, this is the cockiness, I guess you could say, from the entire Trinity squad. Everyone from across the map was just sprinting down towards mid, despite them being on the defensive side, right? This is the Trinity that was harassing teams in Split 1, going on a crazy run in towards the playoffs. GXR, they want to meet fire with fire. The paranoia hits, but so does the slow. Eventually, they still do gain control over towards ramps and towards heaven. The gap in the smoke, though, allows Spectre to find their kill. Ploy instead gonna catch on towards mid. Daiki goes down. Cypher ultimate spawns out the players on towards that A side. It's only just the Sky that has to just back off to safer positions. Meanwhile, Ploy flank them around the side as well. GXR says, hey, if you want to push us, we can push you even harder. Full sending towards this A side. And Trinity getting caught off guard. Taste of their own medicine. And 140 now left in a 1 versus 5.
Yeah, look at this. Up down being held as a crossfire as well. Boy who collects onto it. 3 kills in a round. GXR make it to 3, and GXR
Switching
is saying,
sides.
we can match you at your pace right here. And but the question is now though, Trinity, they're on the attack. They now have the opportunity to just set the pace, and the question is, will GXR be able to hold up against that?
Yeah, that was Trinity's defense side, and if you thought that was aggressive, wait till you'll see their attack. But yeah, I liked a little bit of conviction from Galaxy Rain to kick off, or at least to close out that first half in that last round, right? It's a little bit more convincing. You can see them setting in their forces together. There was trades upon trades. There were good utility. They didn't allow themselves to get that first death. So yeah, it looked pretty decent there. Trinity, again, not expecting that kind of persistence, so credit where credit is due, but attack side is where Trinity are most feared, so interested to see how they want to rush, or which side they want to rush first.
I mean, they're at a 6-round lead right now, a lot of rounds to play with. For GXR, a lot of catching up to do. They do have the Cypher, which is definitely going to give them a bit of info on where exactly Trinity want to go. But then again, it is just a trip that could be standing in the way. Perhaps a smoke, the Cyber Cage, but nothing too much to stop them in the paths if it's not towards that A site itself, where most of the util is stacked towards. You have the paint shells, you have the relay bolt as well, and I think Roz might just be tested over on this B site.
In towards mid immediately. Oh, using the Trailblazer to get past the trip. Right around the corner, he spots out the first, but Spectre immediately swings out of the smoke. In towards the side, it's only just the Omen. How does he handle this one? He isn't. Roz just gets blasted. We're sliding Satnar's back of sight, hit by the Paranoia as well. Couldn't see a damn thing. Big flank now being used by Ploy, and he's actually gonna find onto Decoy. So that's a bit of a great position being garnered for GXR as a 3 versus 3, but 140 immediately picks up the space that was lost. Puts down the flanker.
Remaining.
Clumsy. Messy peek. Messy clear. Spots at the feet of Spectre. This one should be another pistol for Trinity.
I'm out of here.
This crossfire just too strong. Too many angles to look at. Trinity will pick up double digits here. And I like this microplay coming in from Trinity, where you just use that Trailblazer to get past the trip, insert someone in mid, catch a player on the side of GXL off guard, and play the numbers from there. I think it's something that a lot of teams do back when they were running that Yoru itself with the clone, and now I like that they're bringing it onto this comp as well, the Sky.
Yeah, Sky definitely becoming a bit of a homestay here on Split. GXR still favoring the fade. Cover going out. A little bit more clear potential. We don't have the flashes. Roz. Not the Viper, but it's just the Omen here just to defend and enforce this mid-side smoke. Also not the scariest smoke, right? Inside where you have the decay. Now you just really have to put your bodies on the line. Satnas instantly gaining control over towards Vince. Thanks to slow from Decoy. It's a bit of an insert from Trinity. And they've actually found themselves and manufactured a free A side. They don't know it yet, but it's free for taking. Galaxy Rain have the wrong read, the wrong stack. Trying to go for a little bit of a mid push this time, but yields nothing. And now Satnar's aware.
Judge doing so much damage in this position. Picks up 3.
Go, go, go!
Rest of the players on the side of GXR, they did invest a little bit into this, so just trying to play for any kind of exits.
Go, go, go!
Yeah, just trying to die to the spike, honestly. You don't want to feed Trinity any more ult points. You know how good they are with using them and how liberal they are. Firing it off whenever they see the opportunity.
Yeah, not when Satnas is 3 away from that overdrive. Looking towards that direction as well. They hear this drop, they want to go for it. Couple of pot shots now. And this Judge and Clumsy goes headfirst into things, and an ace collected by Satnas. 11 rounds on the board, and what in the world is going on here for Trinity?
Oh, brother. We've got the first ace already of the tournament, of the split of playoffs. Of course it's going to be Neon with the Judge that gets it first. But again, Galaxy Rain need to win this anti-bonus, right? Pistol was kind of a non-negotiable, but right now they've already lost those first 2 rounds. They gotta get a hot start here in this second half if they want to even have a conversation in this series, I believe. You can't go into your second map, your own map pick, down, what is this, 12, 13-3. You want to get a little bit more confidence, so get a couple of rounds at least on this map. Get that confidence flowing, and then we can focus on map number 2.
I mean, speaking of confidence though, Trinity,
I will find you.
bound to be overflowing right now, looking at how aggressive they're being. All 5 players leaning to this A side itself. Putting contact through it though, close. Bring it close, but will get tripped up by Trip Warrior. Still the only one left on that side himself. And Spectre collects onto the first, won't be able to get the flick onto the second, and the site is gonna be in the control of Trinity now.
Spike
Yeah,
planted.
just bullying their way through the sides. The lone defender there goes down. Daiki in towards Rams, and Daiki is just single-handedly cracking it apart.
Last
Clumsy with an
player
answer
standing.
back. Park is paranoid, yet still insists on sliding through. 1 versus 3 required by Clumsy. Spots on a player back offside, but where is the Waylay? Spotted out now. Has to isolate these fights. First one's nice, but the double swing from Trinity will ensure that nothing goes awry. 140 with the close, and that's 12 on the board. Galaxy Rain cannot even win up against the bonus.
Yeah, we talked about this before. Knowing that a Neon's gonna start running at you versus looking at a Neon being straight in your face is two different things, and Spectre is able to deal with that, but not with the rest of the onslaught of players coming his way. They will lose out on their buy, and things are not looking good for the side of GXR. Like you said, have to try and find a way to find some momentum, but with this pacing that Trinity are setting, they are not letting up with a gas pedal at all.
Judge, though, might find success here. Damage done to the Waylay and the kill on towards the Neon, but Tank, though, gonna shut down the reinforcements. And as it's being called, a late lurk coming from Daiki in towards mid as well. But Decoy just spamming through the smoke. Predictive shot, but likewise, Ploy answers back. Park now coming in with his own judge. 3 versus 2. Mid lurk being caught by Ploy. 1v3 now by 140. How does he manage this one? Jumping around 140, just cuts down 2. Instantly double headshots. Fake TP is away. Ploy in towards heaven, has to go for the reload. Allows 140 some space to work around with 55 seconds left. Smoke's available for him to work around. And does Ploy expect the wraparound? Instant fight here, and Ploy will not let it slip. Denies the clutch and win from 140, and gives Galaxy Rain a little bit more breathing room here.
Yeah, Ploy giving them a lifeline here. I see why exactly he's on that raise, able to pick up the showstopper off the back of the round itself. But that came that just came way too close for comfort for Galaxy Rain. You can see the player's part just jumping up and down trying to get that kill, but Judge not really working out in his favor at that range. Trinity though, still it is going to be their match point here, so it's not letting up with a pace overdrive straight into the face of Roz, will get shut down by that Judge, and through that smoke, but Tech picks up that trade.
Want to go through again? Now this is the Trinity, the bold and dangerous Trinity. Just waiting around the smokes. They get through. It's a shotgun at this range, not ideal. But it's the Vandal of the tank that opens things up. Decoy with one more. Spectre not chiming in. The rocket downtown sets them up here for another win. But Tank left in a 1 versus 2, and again a clutch attempt by one of the Trinity members. But Tank is gonna leave this side, and the minute left to cook. He's gonna explore the rest of the map. Neural Theft will reveal his rotations. But he has an option. Where does he choose to go off to? Doesn't break the trip. So they should know he is still on this side of the map.
Yeah, tried to fake that outline, but not knowing there's a trip towards fence. You can see the rotations from GXR, knowing that there's potential for that re-hit for the tank here.
30 seconds left.
Required to try and clutch things up. There's 2 isolated 1v1s right now.
As they clear the close back corner, that's shit. It's not
Time for the build.
conventional. It's a little bit of an off angle, and Spectre won't let it slip. So another clutch attempt being shut down by GXR. It's bit by bit, step by step, round by round, but it's still rounds that they desperately need. 7 more to push it to over.
From here on out, they have to play absolutely perfect to not let things slip on this map itself. But it is going to be an eco coming from the side of Trinity, so on paper, they should be able to deal with this, but I don't know about the 2 buggies though. This time, A going to be the name of the game for these players on Trinity. We'll be able to cross deploy, catches 1.
There.
Bring up the alt as well. Alright, another shotgun. Ooh, the walk into the smoke, I'm not convinced. I don't really like that. Oh dear, but Tank has just walked in towards another smoke with a shotgun picked up from his opponents. Nightfall invested, trying to push back the Trinity squad, but instead they are going on the aggressive. They want to take the fight straight to him. 1 point of HP. They're jumping around like monkeys in the vents, and Tank somehow wins it out. But guess what? Right around this corner, it's another shotgun. The judge in the hands of Raw. It's a close range merchant. He's looking for the last as well. The paranoia just to make things safe. That is 6 on the board. Galaxy Rain stuff another attack here by Trinity.
Nah, it looked a bit too dangerous there for GXR. With these 2 kills going for Tank's way. Just straight into the smoke they go.
Last player
Half the kills this round were by shotguns.
I mean, it's split, right? It's a map with so many close corners. You have a total of 4 duelists on this map. What else are you expecting, honestly?
And again we go. The madness continues, Grammys.
It's trying to throw a bit of a fake this time, though. You see 3 players being kept on that B side,
I've
but
got
how
your
is they clear out
trail.
the B main position? Seekers now used to identify where GXR are set up. The rest of the players on Trinity start barreling to that site itself from the shadows used to gain that site control. This free real estate here for Trinity.
Gonna get the spike downs on 5 versus 5 Grabbies. This is gonna be dangerous. This is tough for GXR, especially with the Viper's Pit now invested. That's a big choke point being cut off from the site itself. They're all playing behind it, around it. There's a wraparound potential available towards Rams. Question here, can they stop it? Ross, never to change instead. It's actually clumsy. Judge dropped for another Judge. Flash in by the sky this time. Managed to find the first, but Batang's only good for the 1. 3 versus 3 now within the site. Guess what? More judges, more chaos in their face, and Satnas with the close. Trinity stomp all over Split. They pick up their map pick, and they send Galaxy Rain in for a whirlwind. Reminder, this is the opposition you're up against. It's no easy task here in Split 2 playoffs.
Just closing it out in style with that backward slide from Satnas. 3k in that round itself to close things out. What a game that was from the side of Trinity.
Yeah, it's something what we kind of expected, right? Trinity just running their own game, just sending it down. Albeit, I think they had a little bit of a feeling out period in the first half where Trinity were trying to see how Galaxy Rain played, and once they realized that, hey, Galaxy Rain were making a couple of unforced errors, a couple of mistakes, whether it's timings with the utility, opening up your cam when you shouldn't, not clearing some corners, that's when Trinity realized that, hey, we are a level above. We're just gonna full send it, whether we're on defense or attack, and it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, it also could be because GXR, maybe they're not too used to playing at this kind of pacing where you just have 4 players running at you. You're not like super aware of the timings that they could catch on you, especially with the camera, with the sometimes I think a couple of players had their util out as well. But for GXR, I feel like they're more used to that slower pace playstyle. I mean, evidently by the comp going in for that Cypher. I mean, they still have the double duelist, but I feel like it didn't. The impact of that double duelist wasn't really felt by them.
Yeah, I will agree. The whole idea of the double duelist is like right now they are kind of the best situated to take space with the less impacts of the Sentinels. You know, you should be able to find more success, but it feels like the duelists aren't exactly the most in tune with each other. It seems a little bit disjointed at times. I agree with the point as well that, you know, Galaxy Rain have never really adopted this kind of double duelist style historically. So now that that's so-called kind of forced into the meta in a way, it seems like they are showing a little bit of uncomfortabilities, discomfort here and there. And hopefully, you know, it's just going to be map number 1 jitters. Maybe that's just going to be it, right? It's been a while since they played official. That was the opponent's map pick, of course, but I think going to map number 2 is when we really need to see them step up. If not, this might just be a Trinity train.
Yeah, I mean, GXR's own map pick of Lotus now on the line here. I mean, surely they have something cooked up, right? Picking into a map that's just come back into that map pool. there's not too much information on what your opponents are gonna do on it as well. So you really have to just rely on your own game plan and try to play your own style on your own game. And even though GXR were trying to do that on the map of Split itself, it just felt like they were constantly getting overwhelmed. But now that they know how Trinity play, I would love to see them try to adapt to the kind of speed and the kind of pacing.
Yeah, adaptability. I think that's the name of the game here with GXR. Now that they kind of know how Trinity plays, hopefully that they can, have a little bit of an understanding of how to counter that. But I think we have some highlights as well. So there we go. Yeah, I think most of them is gonna be Trinity members, finding multi-kill rounds. It was only towards like the tail end, right, where Galaxy Rain actually found a little bit of momentum. But at that point, it felt like it was a little too late.
Yeah, I mean, it was by the time that Trinity themselves got to match point, GXR managed to stave it off just for a couple of rounds, but it's just way too many rounds in a row to even try to bring it into overtime itself. And they were trying to play together as well, but the players on the side of Trinity are just so sharp. Even with the rifles, the shotguns, any kind of weapon that you throw at them, they're just able to get multi-frag after multi-frags.
Yeah, but it was up. Rifle, we ended up in kind of like not a gentleman's agreement, I guess, a D-Gen's agreement that, hey, we're just gonna run judge on both sides. Whether it's the Omen, whether it's a Viper, whether it's a Sky, whether it's the Neon, the Waylay, I feel like everyone had their chance with the Bucky, with the judge. But yeah, you wanna tango with the best, be best come prepared, because Trinity, the game of chaos, they are one of the best. MVP goes to Patank. That's a very interesting number at the top. Not sure what that means. I'm assuming.
I don't think these are the right numbers. Perhaps it's a Trinity win. Patank gotta pick up that MVP, but huge props to the rest of the players as well. They all look like so sharp. Decoy, especially on that op, just able to find so much value off the back of it. And even I mean, I guess honorable mention to Ploy as well, even though he's on a role that he wasn't like typically on from considering the last split itself. He's still able to like hold his own, all things considered.
I think we're kind of giving sort of not. We're just trying to understand. We're trying to sympathize with GXR in a way. Like we're trying to find ways that are like we're trying to find silver linings, right, in this dark cloud, essentially. And this dark cloud is it's ever growing, right? We still have one more map at least, maybe two. And I think if you're GXR, you're gonna have to look at those silver linings and really, try to weave some sort of a blanket for you to tuck yourself in, because it's not gonna get easier from here. If anything, Trinity, I think, understands your weaknesses now, so they better have a good game plan on Lotus, is what I'm trying to say. Hopefully they have some strategies there, maybe an interesting composition. Are they gonna lean into the double duelist again? I think Lotus is a map where you can argue for a little bit more diversity in terms of agent compositions, but regardless of how that goes out, we'll just have to wait and see how it pans out as we go for a short little break. And when we come back, the map number 2 of Lotus coming up right now. Well, it's soon.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore, 'cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Welcome back, everyone, to map 2 of the matchup between Trinity as well as Galaxy Ray. My name is Gurami. Joining me today is none other than my GOAT himself, Colden. And we just saw map 1 of this matchup. It was so fast-paced. And Colden, what do you think about that matchup?
This is kind of what we expected from Trinity, all things considered. Galaxy Rain did put up, I would say, an okay performance. I wouldn't say it's decent. I wouldn't say it's respectable. I think they need to show up a lot more. I think I have that kind of expectations for Galaxy Rain as a team that could just, be the trailblazer for Cambodia Valorant, which is why I am being somewhat a little bit more critical than usual. I have the expectation of them now, right? With the performance in Split 1, I don't think it was a fluke. I think they did show some really good promise. But the problem is, right, the meta is not exactly in their favor right now. The map pool is also not really in their favor. So they find themselves in this position where it doesn't feel comfortable on a lot of the maps. But they've had some time to work on it, right? They have had that break between Split 1 and Split 2 to really work on things. And so we don't want to see a Galaxy Rain get stomped on 0-2 in the upper and lower brackets. We want to see them put up a fight, maybe take a win or two, have some upsets here and there. Some of our talent and committee members actually predicted that Galaxy Rain might pull off one of the biggest upsets here in the playoffs. So that's something that I'm looking out for as well. And I think it needs to start here on Lotus if you want to have a conversation about them being a contender at all.
Yeah, I mean, going up against a team that made it pretty far into the playoffs of Split 1 of Southeast Asia itself, 5th and 6th, Trinity, nothing to scoff at, like we mentioned earlier today. I think if Galaxy Rain are able to kind of keep up, adapt to how they're playing, go toe-to-toe with them, I think that could definitely spell great things for them. Even if they don't take the map itself, it does show that, hey, they're able to adapt to how a lot of different teams want to play, how the pacing is going to be, and going into lowers that definitely could help them out. But I mean, this is definitely a map that they want to win out on, right? Galaxy Rain, this being their map pick, this being their lifeline in that upper bracket itself. They want to be able to push this series to that third map of Breeze.
Yeah, and Breeze is a map that it's a little bit more of an even playing ground, I think, between these two teams. I will give Galaxy Rain a little bit of credit there because it is a map that they also haven't shown. It is kind of a weaker-ish map for Trinity. They have lost it up against Kadilaman like 2 months ago at this point, which was the last result. So I think Breeze is going to be a very interesting battlefield if we do get there. Not much information either one of these teams on this map. So yeah, I think Lotus is going to be a pivotal one for Galaxy Rain to pick up here. And in terms of the compositions, Grammy, is there anything that we will kind of that you're kind of expecting here in terms of the comps for GXR?
I mean, looking at how fast-paced Trinity are playing, I would definitely love to see something out of left field. Maybe Vice is not out of left field. Vice is definitely a great pick here if you're going up against a Neon, but interesting picks wise, I think a Deadlock could be pretty interesting. I think a Sage could be pretty interesting as well as perhaps a Harbor. I think those agents are the kind of agents that are able to just try and slow down the pace of Trinity a little bit. I feel like that's what you're trying to do in this situation. Try to just make them a bit more uncomfortable, not able to just run rampant on that side. But I still think for the most part, teams will try to stick to what they know best, their bread and butter. And I feel like for a team like Galaxy Rain, it's probably going to be a double controller comp here.
All right, double controller, I don't mind that too much. I think it is kind of like that meta pick as well. But apart from the controllers, do you think we're going to get a double duelist from GXR? Because Trinity themselves, the last 4 times that they've played this map this year, they haven't played the double duelist, right? It was just a race. So do you think it's going to be something similar for GXR, or are they also going to lean into the double duel this year?
I mean, I think for GXR itself, what they've looked most comfortable on is just putting Park on that solo duelist, trying to set him up for kills, and yeah, I think it's just mainly that I don't think we'll see a double duelist here, and even then, if we do see a double duelist, I'll be pretty surprised, because going for the double duelist comp just also means that you don't have a lot of util for the rest of the map, considering that this is a pretty big map. It's 3 sites big, and if you are going for the double duelist comp, you're investing a lot into just one lane of the map. You have to kind of give up or play for a retake on the other end of the map itself.
Alright, so double ini? Is that something you think it's gonna happen? Or are we gonna get like double controller and a Senti baby?
I mean, I think a double ini is possible. I've seen interesting comps recently where teams are still running like a Breach Fade kind of comp, but that's
Breach.
not so much in this region. So I don't think APAC region likes running double ini too much, considering it does feel like it's a bit slower paced. I do think something interesting that could be picked up though is the Teho. I would love to see
Yeah.
a Teho, honestly.
I think the Teho is it should be expected for the side of Trinity. Satnas does pick it up and has picked it up the last 4 times. So as we jump into the agent select, let's see. And oh, it's a change up for Trinity's composition. They're no longer running the Teho that Satnas used to run. Instead, we're going back to the double duelist, something that they love to employ. And well, they're just sending it all the way this time, despite them having a lot of success with that Teho comp. It's Neon and Waylay this time for Trinity at the side for Galaxy Rain. No double controller. Instead, Spectre's going to the Cypher that he's comfortable with. Double duelist, though, for Ploy as well as Park, the 2 Ps in a pod. Jet gonna be picked up instead. That's a bit of a curveball. Not really expecting a Jet here in this meta, on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of questioning the Jet pick here a little bit. I don't think Jet necessarily provides a lot of value in terms of the utility. It's mainly for the agent herself, and I think perhaps what GXR are trying to do is just create as much space as possible on the attack. Try to do what Trinity were doing to them on the map was split. But I don't know about this.
Someone pick up the camera, please. But anyway, yeah, going back to your point about hanging on for a thread, just like how GXR feel like right now. But yeah, I think the double duelist, I kind of want to believe that it's just comfort picks. Spectre has historically been the type of player to take something he's comfortable with. The Jet definitely screams comfort pick. Yeah, so let's see if the comfortabilities there on this map that they've picked. Easy for Ploy instantly in towards the side with his Jet. And I want to take some space as well, just dancing through the smoke. Hawk's the one to actually pick up the kill. Trade it back. Lurk lost on the other side of the map. 4 versus 4 now for the retake.
Players pushed up in a bit of a little setup here. Paranoid gonna catch on to one as Park will convert the kill. Instantly traded by Tank, who's caught someone else off guard on that side itself. But RoSEA picks up the pieces here, picks up 2. Now it's all up to Batank in this 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
Back down low, has to find his first headshot, gets them both, and it's 4K to start things off here on Lotus.
Oh, just when you thought GXR had a chance here to pick up a single pistol round. Yeah, things go awry. But Hank just toying with this squid at this point. It's a quad kill. 1v2 clutch coming in from Trinity. And dashing the dreams of GXR. The post plant was not ideal. The double swing was not there. While they won out the trades on the side itself, Galaxy Rain couldn't work out the late rounds.
Yeah,
One enemy
a bit of bombs not being conveyed as well, because Batank clearly got one towards the CT position, so surely you're expecting him to just run straight up at you right there, but nonetheless, it's gonna be that pistol round win for Trinity now. So they will be able to afford, but forcing straight into this is gonna be Park with that outlaw headshot onto Daiki.
That's lovely stuff. You're not expecting that buy coming in from GXR, especially since they just lost the pistol. Absolutely domes
Spike planted.
Trinity in the head. GXR has access towards the site now. How do they hold this site this time? Oh, Ploy beats the Trailblazer. And it's shotgun on shotgun action. Stinger to claw it back. 140 though. Cops a lot of damage already. The late flank coming through from Spectre. She'll be able to seal this one up. Two players in towards the CT position.
Last player standing.
Kendraw's just gonna jump in the face. Spectre with the flank around. And GXR, alright. It's a little bit more live than we like to see.
Don't worry, the house always wins.
I love that buy, honestly. Just knowing
Shotgun
that
and
the
outlaw.
yeah, I mean 140, and then you just need to like tag any stray bullet with that shotgun onto the player, and they're dead. And Trinity clearly not expecting that, because you had a couple players on house shoes, right? You're not expecting GXR to just force straight into an outlaw, get the headshot. site, and they will be on an equal this round.
Spot from Ploy. Early control for GXR towards Mound as Trinity sent 3 of their players deep in towards aiming.
Shot from Decoy. Takes out Spectre. That's a rifle upgrade down on the ground, but he's being watched for by Ploy as well. Roz coming in for the backup. Wants to go for the slide, but the relay bolt in response was great. Matches onto 1. But still, it is going to be GXR who get that numbers advantage.
Alright, they've stemmed the bleeding. They've managed to keep the defenders further back, but they've got to get this back to one of the sites. It's a 1-1-1 split across the map. So it's only just a single defender that GXR needs to get past. And Park with a beautiful peek in. Spots out Daiki with the utility in hand, trying to jiggle for information. Instead, gives up his life and the site. Retake called for Trinity on the flank, but tank in towards the broken door is just a classic though, but close range, it could do damage. 140 now, pressure's onto him. With the bandit in hand up against Ross. Ross not gonna give him the fight instead, but tank still gets that first kill. More work to be done. Smoke gets plumed in his face. Park with the frag as it expands, and GXR, good control there in the late rounds. Win out the 3v3.
It's gonna be GXR now in the lead for the first time in this series itself. But this is where the challenge really starts to begin, right? You have Trinity now on his buy. That was just an eco, and you could see the amount of damage being done by the sheriffs from Decoy. Now GXR going for a bit of an A exec this time around, staved off for now by a toxic screen. Seekers at the ready here. Definitely could put a thorn in their side, a pin in the wheel here for GXR.
Good information. Oh, but the answer. Shot goes awry, but not the tank though. What a shot from him.
Found one.
That's only a duel is down for the count already. Slow pace approach does not work out for GXR, and look at Decoy with the refrag available. He just disrespects the smoke. What is this from Ross though? Yeah, just teleported in towards the seaside. Okay, so they catch 140. Not expecting that kind of situation. Bumsy now bringing in the forces and the spike in towards the seaside. That he's gonna hear all of this commotion. Ross now situated up, holding on these angles for the rest of the team to get the planet. 4 versus 3 for Trinity. On this retake now, door opened up by Daiki, just gonna draw attention away. On towards the flank as the 3 players using the convergent path in towards the back of the side, but no one's there. Park though fires down the first. Daiki and Tanks chiming in with kills of their own. Park now left in impossible. 1 versus 3. He's gotta pull off the crazy stuff here. Pops the knives, but it all goes off kilter. As Trinity will close out that retake in with a nice round.
Now Trinity tying things up 2-2 here. Great retake coming in. Look at this Decoy going ahead, picking up the kill onto Spectre. And then with the convergent path, they will be making their way back to the site itself. It's just Park. I think they don't really have too much economy here. They are able to afford one last buy on the side of GXR, but if they do lose out on this round, Trinity definitely could break the bank here, and with no blade coming to work with, GXR would be left in a dire position. Wants to get his things now, boy. Goes for that wall, and again, it's the toxic screen. Disrespected here.
He got access to us from the side multiple times already. Bomb is actually getting into the side, getting the spike down, right? And boy, with a nice isolation of that player. Siding in for the second player back off side, but Tank is tagged down low already. He's the only player there though. Chance for them to accelerate into it, but the disconnect. Where's the rest of the team? Park is just caught in by his lonesome. Needs a kill away. Daiki expects to rotate. Ross there with the trade back though, but
One enemy
players. 140. Gonna catch Roz, eager and curious. That leaves Clumsy in a 1 versus 3.
Spike planted. My ult is ready.
That's Nightfall over these positions taken by these players. It's out the first, but Tank will go for that swing. Takes off his head, and Trinity will make it to 3 here.
Yeah, very much readable, right? Daiki's positioning alone just tells you that Trinity are aware of where GXR are. You know, despite them getting control over a rubble, you can't get into towards the sides. Daiki off angle play to find that first. Well, GXR managed to call things back. Why is this push from Park? I don't understand it. And when that happens, Daiki just situated himself in the perfect corner. Just playing together for the last couple of kills for Trinity, and GXR again looking all out of sorts.
Yeah, this time don't have the economy to work with, and Trinity just able to shut down any kind of aggression that's been coming for GXR. I feel like they don't particularly have enough util to get onto the site itself. Now they do have a chance though. They have the Nightfall at the ready that definitely could help them go in for executes here, but with the way that Trinity have been playing, they're just going for a 4-1 setup with 4 players stacking on at A side, leaving Daiki on his lonesome on that C side. If GXR run into the stack, that's a little dangerous, but this time going to test Daiki instead, like they've been doing for
Be right back.
the first few rounds of this game itself, but that just means on attack on this A side, really you would just be running straight through.
A couple of kills here, or even try to survive. Lovely slide in from Ploy, pulls away the crosshairs of Daiki. Park with that first opening pick. GXR, this is lovely stuff to kick things off. Instant C control. Post plans now to be enacted. It's not really planned for Mount, so GXR's got to be cautious of that. It's a little bit of an awkward buy for a couple of these players. Nightfall at the ready. Flanks put on for Spectre, but in the smoke, guess what? Close range Roz with the Bucky in hand. Of course, it's the perfect weapon for the job. A thrifty round for GXR. Instant conversion here on the C side.
With nothing to lose here, you just go straight for the throat there, and it's just Nightfall delaying the play of the Trinity just for a little moment, giving Ross a bit of a space to play with within that smoke itself. And Satna's clearly not expecting to meet his maker of that Bucky in there. But now though, it's gonna be Trinity who are on a little bit of an eco buy. They do have a couple of outs here to work with. Viper's Pit is what I'm looking at. Definitely could just use it to hold off a choke point, and they're running into 2 players on the side of GXR here, not expecting the close corner of Decoy, but Park will get that trade.
Power sorts about Daiki trying to get across. Manages to do so, not before taking a little bit of damage. Open up the door. Gain control of a Mount. The Viper's Pit gets invested. It's good pressure on GXR. Forces out some ultimates. Now it's only just the open back of side. 140 trying to isolate the fight. Oh, the spray goes awry. The jumping Park gives his team enough time for the trade. It's down to the 3 versus 3 now. No luck potential here. Spectre is within the site. Just a full on straight up 3 versus 3.
Do have a little bit of util left. Paranoia here.
I'm out of here.
Couple of players off guard, but a Trailblazer is gonna spot out 1 relay bowl though. Great to isolate these players on its side. Daiki picks up 1 on a super 1 as well. All up to Clumsy, but from the back, Daiki will strike like a snake, and Trinity will make it to 4.
Great trades coming in from Trinity. And while GXR tried to hold on towards the side, I think the stuns from the Neon, a little bit of harassment. Swings were actually really nice from Trinity as well. Always there for that trade. Not allowing isolated 1v1s. Take a look at that. Getting out of the stun here. Just force them in towards the corner. Swing from the first. 180 angle for the trade. Picture perfect stuff from Trinity on towards C. Satna's finally got his first kill of the map, by the way. Welcome back, sir. He's bought up an op as well. And he's headed towards that A side. That's exactly where GXR are headed. And here fast play again to gain initial control and see if the op can find a pick. Oh.
140's caught off guard by Activision running straight. Okay, the door opening. Spectre still picks up the kill onto Daiki, and Decoy trying to just get a bit more space.
Cage
It will
triggered.
get taken down by Park, and
Give me a corpse. Give
they
me
were
a
trying to
corpse.
save 140, and instead it's 140 who's just alive on its side.
Yeah, they try to bail on, but open the door. They both died. Decoy just dived in. Look at the X on the minimap. He's all the way.
I know exactly where you
What do we
are.
call that part of the map? The stack of boxes. Now that they have the idea of where this setup is coming from, the smoke will stop the off. I say that, but Poi just walks into his demise. 140 tries to use his from the shadows to get access, but instantly getting shut out. With that opening kill being found, okay. This Spectre has found his way towards the B side. Now coming through. Oh, GXR number 4, they drop a couple of bodies.
30
Tank,
seconds
gotta
left.
be cautious. Play
Spike
around the corner,
planted.
close left. Paranoid hits both of them. Force back. Does he have any reinforcements though? None to be found. Roz,
Last
he's
player
lonesome,
standing.
but he's still managing to survive. Finally, the reinforcements are coming from the broken door. Zana's not getting out of this one. GXR tie up the scoreline yet again, 4-4.
I will take back what
Ross
is
is
mine.
playing that complete perfection there, trying to stay alive as best as he can. Again, shot coming in from Satnaz here, but can't recreate the same kind of magic once he's blinded up by the paranoia and great crossfire to end things off here. GXR again breaking the bank of Trinity, but they do have that overdrive to work with. Definitely
Now,
has the
where
potential
to set up
to
shop?
just cause a lot of mayhem wherever they go.
Cage triggered.
This is gonna be a pretty interesting setup here for Trinity. 2 players outside of Mount. Not out though.
Control this. That's an opportunity. They might want to push this one. They might disrespect the cage.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, Decoy though, not really getting the same memo as the rest of the team. They're backed off.
Down, C.
Now they're being crunched. No access whatsoever. Okay, what's happening? What's happening? Wow, there's 140. Managed a knife. Ploy just stands in the open and just gives up his life. Okay. I
What
guess.
an interesting turn of events. We have our first ace, we have our first knife kill all in the first day.
Not the way I envisioned a knife kill going.
Planted
just-
the spike.
Acknowledging that his time is up in this round. And regardless, GXR should be able to walk away with a round win here.
Angle being held by Park. Might hit the shot, but still. He's looking his direction. Tag down low as well. Just opt to go for the save here.
Does he have a weapon? I'm not sure. I guess so if he's not. Yeah. Did he pick up a vandal? Was he able to? Is his arms that long? I guess he has. I'm assuming he does. If not, he would need to that spike. Yeah, 5-4. GXR. Is this the first time they've got a lead?
Oh, this is a nice one.
So
They
the
got
series
one
alone.
after their they forced the second round and got
oh yeah,
Another
it was a
round.
3-2, right? 3-2
Yeah.
for a brief moment. But all right, 2 rounds in a row again. They've got all the things they want to buy in this round, up in the hands of
Cage triggered.
the Jet. Again, it's fairly simple from GXR so far, right? Just A or C commitments to kick things off.
Gotta go.
Try to overrun one of the defenders here on this C side. It is relatively attack-sided, so with the double duelist composition with Trinity, it makes things rather difficult to hold sites, even if it's up against GXR. Trailblazer spotted out. Clumsy, tasked to mark for any aggression.
trying to hold the line here. Let's go for the
Bring them down.
perhaps with the Prowler. And the rest of the team.
Bring them down.
Know that it wants flow. The paranoia, but still Satnaz will get the kill onto his counterpart. Roz will shut down any kind of aggression. The trades come back and forth, and we're back to where we started, but now it's gonna be a 3v3 equal numbers across the board here.
Was the paranoia even used? No, Ross still has his paranoia. Why didn't he use it? Hello. He got it. He equipped it. Chose otherwise. I'm not sure why. The Prowler spotted out very
30
close
seconds
players.
left.
They've lost a couple more bodies than they would like, but 3 versus 3, you still favor the attackers. It's difficult for the defenders to manage 3 sides with just 3 players, right? So at the very least, Trinity have the right read. They've got 2 players leading towards A. With 13 seconds left. They have to get the spike down though.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, all but Tank has to do is play spoiler on the site. They're trying to force
One
the fight,
player standing.
but he's
Spike
not even
down
gonna
A.
be able to
My
get it
ult's ready.
down here.
One enemy remaining.
And the Tank saves Trinity from the brink of death in that round itself, evens things up 5-5.
Okay, yeah, so Time being that extra player for Trinity this time. Where's the paranoia with this? I don't understand. You even commit the swing with the Neon.
10.
Yeah, but Tank plays it to perfection. He understands his win
enemy
condition. Spamming through the smoke.
Last player
Drops the
standing.
spike. Not enough time for it to get planted. You know, Park gets a double kill on site, but it's too little too late. 5-5, Trinity. Chiming back in, and if you take into consideration this map, right, and the composition that either of these have, you want to get as many rounds as you can on attack side. This is relatively solid from Trinity so far. 5 rounds. If they win a 6, maybe a 7, that'd be fantastic for Trinity. GXR on the other hand, I think they're desperately looking for 7 here of their own.
This time, a bit of B pressure being put on these players here. That's gonna get Nas to just.
Look at Spectre, he's just crept in
B-side.
towards this C side by himself. The spike's not
140
committed
is
just
a
yet.
weirdo.
He seems like it.
Ooh.
No more
Do you
meddling.
think that was 140?
That's why he's using the Vandal. He doesn't have to live up to his name, but boy, immediately just capitalizing off that information, goes with the trade, calls in the rest of the team. Sanas is here though. Sanas is all promotion. Jump up on the boxes. Traded out. Ross, thankfully so there. Shoots him
Spike
down.
planted.
He's down to the 3v3 again. Ultimate's available this time, Grammy.
Virgin Pass, Nightfall used, but not too many connections. Won't really have too much information on where the players Trinity are gonna be retaking from. Daiki catches clumsy on the timing, but Park traces him
Last
right back.
player standing.
Now it comes down to 1v2 plus the Tank here gets paranoid up, and he will get taken down by Roz. 3k in a round, and GXR at least will make it
Last
6.
round in the half.
Again, going back and forth, tit for tat. Very interesting approaches. It feels like it's just micro fights across different sites at different times. It's teeter-tottering A and C. And then we're down to like 3v3s in the late rounds. It really just comes down to who has the better utility usage. This time, with that op in hand, it's nice to give themselves that advantage. Ross with the triple kill, the flash in for the final kill. Split approach again from side of Trinity. These ones are GXR. Trinity just stacking towards this C side of the map. Last round, they were all.
Don't have too much money to work with, so we're catching on guard here. Considering how they use catches on the 2 players, this could be great for them if they're
I
able
know
to find
exactly.
the smoke. But as I say that, Spectre will catch on to 1. Is being used all out chaos in the attacker side spawn as GXR will run with the tail stuck between the legs over to that A side, and then from the shadows from Ross there could catch the face of Trinity on the timing.
Spike
Yeah,
planted.
you've got great positioning, but you gotta land your shots. Daiki, it's the first. It's hit by the trip, and now Ross makes his presence known. Spectre chimes in with one more. 140. In a 1 versus 3, first one's down. But GXR aren't gonna give him the light of day. Playing in close together
I must
off
wait
each
a
other's contact. 140. Does he have a weapon in his hands? Yes, picked up a Vandal. Gotta dissect this. Break apart the crossfires.
Blinding.
Isolate these duels. Paranoia is fantastic. But both of them just hold down Mouse 1 in the open. Just trust their recoil
Switching
control.
sides.
GXR, the lead at the half.
2-round lead now. Much better look compared to Split.
Player stand.
I like the ideas that are coming out to them. Adapting to how Trinity are playing, and I feel like the 3-sided map definitely giving them a bit of advantage here, because now instead of 2 sides that GXR could head towards, you as Trinity, you have to guess which one of the 3 sides could GXR be at, and you have like a 1 1/3 chance to like get it right, and that's like what, 67% to get it wrong.
Of course they're trying to weave it into the broadcast. This zoomer. But I feel like that conversation is actually pretty valid, right? With the current meta, with duelists being so prevalent, with the lack of sentinels, it kind of just feels like it's a gamble whether it's going to be A or C. And it felt like that was kind of what we watched, right? GXR just picking whether they want to go A or C. Same with Trinity, which side that they want to fight for, and then whoever wins out that fight, whoever has more players, is eventually going to win it out. And whoever has the better retakes, I guess, you know, if you can find picks across the map. God knows there's so many 3v3 post-plan positions, so yeah.
I mean, the lead at the half here, it's exactly what you want to have. The GXR, like you said, Colin, trying to win as many rounds on the attack as possible, considering that both these teams are running a double duelist comp. Now, over on the defense though, GXR, they have to have some kind of ideas on what they want to do, right? Because you don't have like your typical Raze Fate setup here. Instead, you have Park on a Jet, and you have to just like face check everything and run up, and it's gonna be a little bit more difficult, I would think. But again, if Trinity are just going to go barreling straight onto a site, then things will be a lot more simple for GXR. Perhaps Spectre picking up a Sheriff in this first round. That's an interesting buy. You don't see a Cypher pick up a Sheriff on a map like Lotus.
I guess
on the
since
defense?
Cypher is kind of nerfed, you're like, an upgraded pistol. Satnas open things up. Raw just diving into the smoke. And it then cites the call from GXR to push down towards A, finds a trade back onto Daiki. B side is the first Spectre with that Sheriff as he bought up. No utility, just him and his weapon. Gonna give over the C side though. Spot out Cypher knowing the C is probably clear. That camera does not have great vision. Oh, but his shots are. That's a lovely one through the smoke and the wall onto Batang.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I mean, just shooting through what you can see here at the camera as well. Ploy throwing it back, and they just take out 140, and it's gonna be a already made his way to the side, but a right click from Satnas as well as a couple of left clicks in the mix. Takes out 2. The duelist on the side of GXR will fall.
One enemy remaining.
Now down to the 2v2, and Satnas
player
now off for the
standing.
ace. Will get on by Spectre, but still the round goes the way of Trinity as we get to a scoreline of 6-7.
Ah, Gurby. I'm as disappointed in you as GXR in this round, because how have you fumbled a 4 versus 2? 4v2, they were stuck in the side, they had nowhere to go. Sana pulls off crazy right clicks with the classic.
Player stand.
Spectre almost able to transfer to the second, but the trade was just too tight coming in from Trinity. GXR, another fumble here, but let's see if they can do what they did in the first half, which is win out the second round with a bit of an eco.
With that being said, they don't have the spike plot this time around.
Be right back.
Credits for them. Instead, play close, but to be taken down by the point here. Park though goes for the trade, will get tagged down low, but the rest of the players already pivoting over to that B side.
Yeah, great positioning from Daiki. He's looked up, gotten very deep access towards B heaven. Shotgun though from Roz. Able to find something, but not at that range. Daiki, lovely shots being found, just delayed perhaps. Going for the kill instead. Hit over Yiga. Park getting caught.
Last player
Switch in his
standing.
hand. Spectre now going down.
Ace.
Last final kill, locked up as well. Clumsy goes down outside of A. Trinity don't let him go awry like it did in the first half. The second round is theirs.
This is on that aggression coming in from Ploy. Nice shot, great positioning like you mentioned. Daiki just pick up all the space to his weapons. Making sure that the players
One
of
enemy remaining.
GXR can't make the rotation back to the site itself, and from there on out it's just a cleanup action there. And they're managing to just hold on to 4 of the weapons that they invested into the last round itself. So this bonus definitely could look a lot more dangerous if you're GXR.
Dangerous indeed. That includes this fight here. Park able to get away with his life. It's a trade of information and damage, but still, GXR maintain control of a mound that allows them to have a bit of a faster rotate. The Horn also comes in from the fade just to clear out outside of mound. It's a bit of an educated risk, an educated call here to stack towards this ace side as all of the members of GXR hit it.
Angle coming in from Spectre, but what is that slide from Sunaz? Goes through, but Clumsy will pick up 2. It is now down to the 2v4 here for Trinity, but 2 players on the side of GXR tagged down low. The spike not within Trinity's reach though from the back. Overdrive coming in, a
Last
slow
player
walk
standing.
straight from behind, and Park instantly finds that trade. 140 now in a 1v2 situation. Goes for that slide, a wide swing. Ross will collect onto that kill, and it's GXR again back in the lead.
Yeah, Ross is the judge.
Spike down.
Two things you often see together, but what a slide through shot. Clumsy though. That is some
Last player
intuition,
standing.
some initiative through the smoke. Actually got the 2 players off guard. And Roz. Oh, Roz, he's got the, call back to split 1. We call him close range Roz, right? He's always able to win kills when when the fight is within 5 meters of him. Oh yeah, Judge takes it easy.
My
Here we
camera
go
is
though.
destroyed.
Trinity heading their forces towards A, Galaxy Rain. Similar to the round previous, gain control over the mound. They send the Hawk through as well. But Daiki now, a bit of a factor. And I say that as Satnaz has fully cleared the corner, just intuition alone from the entry duelist. Decoy together with him, catching Ross on the rotate, and the spike goes down. I think this round is already done and dusted. Let's give it a look though.
Bolt. That's great to force Satnaz off of that angle, but look at his positioning coming in from Decoy. He's getting so much space from the back, and he's able to find a kill off the back of that. That's gonna force
One enemy
pedal
remaining.
on the metal
Last
for the
player
side of GXR
standing.
as they collect onto 3, but Decoy again picks up another. It's down to the 1v1. Decoy up against Park, up against the world here as he tries to find a kill onto a jumping Decoy, who in fact is not a decoy, and will land that final shot onto Park. 4 kills in a round again, tying things up 8-8.
Oh, Trinity. It always seems like they're fooling around, they're faffing around in towards the mid and late rounds. Gave GXR
Last player
too many
standing.
opportunities. Great
enemy
shots coming in from Ploy, but Decoy with the long wrap around, the quad kill, and the final tap to close it off. That is just insult to injury if you're GXR. You try your best, gets close, but Trinity always there to steal it away.
There.
Watch this! Steal it away indeed, and not only that, they're gonna steal all the money out of the banks of GXR as they have to go back on an eco here. Shotgun B, shotgun action perhaps. Outside of B, both players just waiting for somebody to walk straight into them. Probably would clear it out, but Ploy is just not too keen to push straight into that.
Oh, look at the Cypher. Spectre is just fully pushed out. See on his lonesome is just individual timings and decision makings that's actually panning out in their favor. I mean, Trinity don't really go back and call a lot of fakes, so the conditioning is there. GXR understands that, hey, it's not gonna be the C-side commitment all the way towards this A side. And Trinity need to go fast. Only one player back on site. No, Ross, you're the only player there. You go for this kind of a peek. You have no assistance whatsoever, and while GXR have rotated all the way across towards this A site, there's more work to be done. Converger passes are ready perhaps. Deploy. Already instantly in the kill feed. Park looking for one more. Decoy there with the shots. from the long-range weapon. Trinity also with that gun in hand. The Outlaw making
enemy
damage
remaining.
matter. Oh, what is this? A
Last player
boy!
standing.
How does he line up a double kill? And again, does it 1 versus 1. But Spectre with the Sheriff in his hands will catch onto Daiki. Bit off guard and in the open. As close as it is, GXR thanking the lucky stars that they
I'll
get
try to
away
win
with the
more
round.
4 next time. It'll be hard.
It's another thrifty round win
Usually
here
this
for GXR. Great shots all around. From both teams, in fact, Daiki came onto the first. Look at this slide and really coming in from Ploy. Instantly swaps to the Vandal, picks up 2 more kills. Down to the 1v1 and Outlaw not too favored in that engagement. So Spectre will shut things down again. It's gonna be GXR in the lead, but it's been such a back and forth affair here for both teams, and
Yes, this should do.
I love that we have a game on our hands right now. Full ultimates here, the heavy but the speed again. Not expecting it at all. Park will get taken out of the count at 9. That was advantage over the hands of Trinity as they try to go into that side. A bit more information with that waylay, and the rest of the places GXR just in place.
Oh, Viper's Pit gonna make things annoyingly difficult
going
to
to
take
try
here. Even as another smoke waterfall. All playing within the sights though, spamming coming through, but Daiki doesn't cop any of it. He's staying alive. What's the call for GXR? How do you brave passes? You have not much initiator utility. You have to just go in with your bodies. Ross testing things, trying to go through, finds a lovely flick up. Gets hit though by the convergent paths. Instant trade there by 140. In the smoke, Boy tries to creep up as well, but one by one they enter and one by one they will fall. Spectre left around the smoke screen. While he evades it, he might just get a couple of consolation frags. That's all he's gonna get.
1 enemy remaining.
Line up with a couple of kills, but it's still the 50 round being found. And Trinity take it right back. Not before losing a boatload of bodies. Spectre with a quad kill at the end. He said he wouldn't be able to get out of there, but proves me wrong. Regardless, Trinity still with that round win.
And just when GXR find a thrifty Trinity, they answer back with one of their own, and that's gonna put GXR's bank in the mud once again. Couple of Buckies on the board. They do have a number of ultimates though that could be used to turn the tides here. Overdrive as well as that Nightfall is what I'm looking at, and perhaps a potential
Camera taken out. Cage triggered.
trap being set on the seaside with that Bucky or Ploys.
We haven't seen Daiki been very effective as a love player. And Spectre now with a lovely pick on this one before the exit comes in. Floyd just running around with the Bucky in his hand. Jay will come through, but Spectre is already here, anchoring himself at the back of the side, and I'm expecting a nice off angle being found by him. The tank an answer back. Tapping the strike, calling for a nice later 1v1, and he will find it. All 3 kills so far in hands up a tank. Now it's a doable 2v2, Grammy.
Still Nightfall though here for GXR. Definitely could come into play. This is the Sheriff in the hands of Clumsy here. Prowler will clear out that position.
One enemy
Paranoia,
remaining.
but swings
1 enemy
a bit
remaining.
late. They will manage to find it now, down to the 1v1. Snakebite will come through, but Ross is just going for that defuse. Now gets off of it though. Ross playing around and in the smoke will find that shot with that Bucky. And GXR will find double digits.
What's happened to the game I love? It's just shotgun city everywhere. Doesn't matter what map it is, whether it's Split, whether it's Lotus. You think the Lotus is a little bit more of a longer range map, but you know, within the sites itself, the Buckies and the judges still find a lot of impact.
Last player standing.
Look at this. At the end, just a jump around the smoke. Ross has just been so proficient at those kind of fights. He's 20 and 13. He's matching Park 20 and 14. Both of them really leading by example for this GXR squad. Park now switching things up. He's got the up in hand.
Keeping into this, though, takes a full load of damage. Manages to make it out alive some way, somehow, and Ploy. A bit of an off angle here. Let's go for the spam. A couple of players off guard. But he didn't give him anything at all.
Paranoia hits. None comes through as well. Park is in the open. Tries to get away. Cover fire by Ploy. Clumsy and Ploy all fighting the kills in this round. They bail out Park. And they find every single kill. Trinity just walk into the meat blender. And they're the ones for lunch.
It's gonna be the timeout for Trinity. Not too comfortable now that GXR are up to 11, just one round away from bringing things to match point. And still, a lot of ultimates on the board here. Perhaps Trinity trying to figure out what exactly they want to do in this round. Don't think they have too much money. They do have that overdrive. They do have the Seekers as well. Definitely could cook up something, but how exactly do you want to play this post one if you're able to make it to the side at all?
Yeah. What's the call from Trinity? You know, we mentioned that they have looked good, but this map, it just does not. It doesn't really feel like it's a map that's tailored for this composition, let alone this kind of a play style, right? It's GXR are able to get access to outside. Trinity members not really having many defensive, successful defensive rounds. Time and time again, you see the Cypher, you see the Omen kind of being left alone and kind of exposed. But you know, GXR are doing good. The retakes have been looking pretty solid so far. Last couple of rounds, individuals stepping up to the plate. The shotguns actually finding a lot of success. Trinity, not direct. They want to win here. If not, GXR might just push us to a third.
I've got your trail.
Hands apart. Seekers is great at pushing further back. Just diving straight through. This is lovely stuff from Trinity. Acknowledging that, hey, the op is max gonna get one. They swarm the side, close range weapons. A lot of ultimates on the other side though. How do they brave this one? Just taking the fight straight on without any smoke. Trinity just said, hey, I am better. Picked up the op as well. Clumsy together with Toy in this corner. Last one standing. 1 versus 3. The op in the hands of a tank. It shatters the momentum of GXR. Trinity answering right back
Standing
again.
in between us and victory.
Close range fights definitely favorite in that situation. I'm surprised that Park still managed to find one, but rest of Trinity not scared at all to go for these fights. And even if they do lose out on that, you have the tank as that anchor, as that rock at the back, is holding up the foundation of Trinity from the top right now with that up. And Trinity get back one round now, just a 1 round deficit for this matchup.
1 round of difference. I mean, the most that any of these teams, either of these teams have gotten is 2 rounds in a row. It's always been answered right back. Really is a much closer game than I anticipated. I have to give credit to GXR so far. I mean, they've been looking like a bit more of the better team, I guess, comfortability wise as well. They're looking like they have great ideas that they want to put into place, and they're not actually overcomplicating some of these calls as well, right? Not too many fakes across the map. They're just able to hit things straight on, and honestly, it's working up against Trinity. It just comes down to scrappy 3v3, 3v4 fights, that sort of thing. They are winning it out. They do have that lead. Oh, possible round back on the cards, I think. Anyway, we'll try to get as much confirmation as we can on that front. But still, I think credit to GXR for putting up a solid round. A solid run so far on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're way more comfortable on these agents that they're playing. I mean, Park especially wasn't finding too much value with that Neon, perhaps not too comfortable with it, playing mainly that Waylay and Split One. But on the Jet, definitely looking a whole lot better in terms of the amount of aggression, the amount of pressure that he's able to put alongside Ploy in especially their defensive rounds, trying to go for those A fights and just playing aggressive over on C as well, just trying to hold his ground.
Just gonna take a look at the background since we have some time. I really want to see Ploy set up. He's even like a really, really good player. Park, he's got a nice gaming headset on. Got a jersey as well. Respect, respect. Where's the synergy with the rest of the team? Why is everyone not wearing the jersey?
Trinity side though, Sanas is just he has a headset for the mic, and then
Yeah, I guess
earphones.
his I mean, a lot of players do like to use IEMs. Some don't really like to use headsets, so this is kind of like the scuffed version of how you can have a microphone without buying a whole nice separate microphone and without needing to wear it. So you kind of just use the communications with the headset mic, and then you just listen with the IEM. So hey, this is classic LAN stuff. You know, back in the days when you don't have that option, you find workarounds.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, compared to them, it's different, right? Especially the players nowadays. Sometimes you gotta make do with what you got. Are you an IM or headset person?
It depends. I like headsets when I'm playing, but IMs when like doing other stuff like listening to music.
Oh.
I don't know. I'm more comfortable with the headset because I think my ears have a problem. The IMs fall on my ears.
Oh. How do they fall out? Is it like? You have
I don't know.
small
Maybe
ears?
maybe it's because like I haven't found one that suits my size.
Oh. Is it like a sizing? Is it like a size thing, or is it just a fit thing? So like, you have to find one that ergonomically fits the contours of the ear.
Yeah, probably more of a fit thing. We are going to get back into the game. That opening looking really, really similar to how things started out as well. Doing the exact same thing this time with that overdrive, but it's Ploy who's able to pick up the kills, and GXR trying to hold it. 140 tried to just
One
step
enemy
the bleeding a
remaining.
little bit, but doesn't get
Spike
too far.
down,
And is
C.
only going to be Daiki on the opposite side of the map, having to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, so they tried to rush the seaside as Trinity like to do. And well, GXR just meet them right at the door. There's a heavy stack of players towards that side of the map. They win things out. Not even prodding for information. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, these two teams not the playstyle that I kinda like to see on Dota. You know, you kinda favor a team that conditions it a little bit more. Like this one. The Avengers just stacked on top of him. And so yeah, GXR, well deservedly gonna reach up
Match
to
point.
12 rounds
This is
first.
it. Their courage
Match
falters.
point for them. Trinity now left scratching their heads. It's 3 rounds in a row now for GXR. Finally broken the curse. Looking to get their 4th on the board, and money is a bit of an issue here for Trinity. It's far from ideal. Guardians, Glass Cannon, Vandal, shotgun in the hands of Satnas. The op in hands of Park might be able to find some opening, albeit he is on the wrong side of the map. Again, feels like it's just 50-50, you know, gambling on which side has the lesser defenders.
Toxin screen down.
I'm out of here. Side. Ploy though. These are the things. Catching out that lurk of Daiki. That's gonna just give Trinity a bit more of an opening to head onto that A side.
Yeah, I'm just not convinced by either team's defensive side so far. Like, I was giving them the benefit of the doubt, but at this point, you're really just pushing on the extremities and trying to find, you know, the lurker and then just going for the retake setup, which, yes, it can work, but you gotta make sure you land those shots. In towards the fight we go. Could be the last one here. GXR looking sharp, pushing us to a
One
potential
enemy
third.
remaining.
Park with the first one. Clumsy picks up a double. 140 in a 1 versus 5. It's looking nigh impossible, and yes, it is. GXR. They take away their map pick. They beat Trinity here on Lotus and they
button.
send us to map 3 on Breeze.
I have no idea what I just watched. It was just complete chaos from both sides. Double dualism both sides. And it's just GXR able to take their own match pick away again, sending us to the decided map of Breeze. I mean, we thought it would be perhaps a Trinity game here, considering map 1, but no, GXR, they have the resilience, they have the mental to back things up and prove why exactly they just maintain their space from split 1.
Yeah, I mean, GXR, they went back to the comfort picks. They went back to the agents they were comfortable with. I wouldn't say Cypher or Jet is very much meta at all in this this map, and let alone without having a Viper. But it did work out for them because, you know, they had the right stacks at the right position. I think something a little bit different compared to what Trinity did on their defense was that GXR were very willing to be aggressive on that defensive side, push out, find the lurk of Daiki, and then go in for retakes. And when they orchestrated those retakes, I don't think Trinity were able to disrupt those retakes well enough. Maybe a couple of rounds here and there, but towards the tail end, GXR really had things down pat. They had the protocols in place. I think a little bit of flashbacks to split 1 and how they orchestrated retakes on Corrode itself. Very methodical, step by step. And yeah, and that's the result we have here. Each team taking their own map pick away, and it's gonna push us to Breeze as that final decider.
This is going to be pretty interesting. I don't think GXR have... I might be wrong, but I don't think I've seen a Breeze from GXR. Trinity, I've played a little bit, but it could be anyone's game from here on out, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Breeze is that question mark of a map, right? We really don't have too much information on either one of these squads, so we're gonna have to look at it on the fly, right? Really trying to analyze it and break it down as it happens. The last time that Breeze was played by Trinity, I do believe it was up against Kadillaman. It was 11 or 13. They did lose it. It was all the way in the Premier qualifier. But then again, that's a world away, right? That's a whole patch away. That was when Euro was a thing. Now that Euro's out of the picture, you don't have that gate crash available for fast rotates. How do the rotates happen? I'm not really convinced on either team's rotates on the map of Lotus. So yeah, we might be in for another slugfest there on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely love to see both teams just pull out interesting comps, right? Because we saw on Lotus that GXR are not afraid to like just shy away from their comfort picks, believing that if you're comfortable in what you play, you're just able to not focus on perhaps your util a bit more, not focus on your positioning a bit more. It all just comes so much more naturally to you. And I think for Breeze, it could be the same story because I mean, Breeze is a map where gunfights are the key, right? So you really want to just rely on your mechanics on that map.
Perhaps it could come down to the mechanics. You would never know. I think between these two teams, it's not like GXR are fantastic at conditioning and having mid to late round calls, but I think they do fight well together. I think I have to give credit to GXR for that. Some of these rounds, some of these retakes, spacing was pretty solid. Utility has been waterfalling in nicely. Ploy has been on a bit of a heater as well. And so I think that's kind of the win condition that GXR wants to lean towards, right? Just playing together as a team, pushing through smokes as a team, backing each other up, like right here, Ploy protecting his teammate. A little bit more for that for GXR, and for Trinity, I think they just need to tighten things up. They cannot throw away these kinds of rounds. Yes, you can lean to your playstyle a little bit, but on that Lotus, you can really see the weaknesses of that.
Yeah, I mean, to can't go too aggressive here, and again, GXR will take that win. Park going to take that MVP this time around.
Yeah, good stuff from Park. What we kind of expected, kind of hope to see, to be honest, in my opinion. Park on that Jet was a bit of a question mark for me. I didn't know what to expect. But he did put up pretty good numbers, right? And at the end of the day, as long as you play with the team, as long as you take the fights and win the fights that are in front of you, that's what all that matters. And I didn't really see too many jet knives in the ultimate plays, but I think it was just finding those entries, trading out his teammates. I think that was just the lion's share of how he got those kills, how he got those frags.
Yeah, I mean, Park definitely looked a lot more comfortable on this map compared to Split, where he was on the Neon, and with that up, he was able to just kind of, I think, suppress Trinity just a little bit more compared to how the GXR's defense was on Split, and with the backup with the rest of his teammates, and I mean, in the highlights itself, it showed even if Park is in a situation where he might get taken out, it's just the rest of the team backing him up in whenever he needs it to.
Yeah, that's kind of the long and short of it. Map number 2 concludes with GXR picking up that win, and we're gonna have to head over to Breeze to see which team is gonna move on to the upper bracket and which team gets knocked down to the lowers. We're gonna go for a short little break, and when we come back, map number 3.
At the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Forest. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees. Would you just surrender? Put your back down on your knees. I am
Well, we're back with map 3 of the series between Trinity as well as Galaxy Rain Esports here. My name is Grammy, and joining me again is none other than Colin himself. Now, we just saw both teams take their map picks away. So Trinity won out split. You had GXR coming back on the map of Lotus itself. Now on to map 3 of Breeze. Colin, what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's gonna be that that frontier where everything we know goes out the window. I think this is a map where both teams haven't really shown too much of themselves on, so it really is kind of that question mark, right? We don't know what to expect, and really it's gonna come down to how they can show up in the server. I think both teams have a pretty good understanding of how each other play now, with each of them winning out their own map picks. So Breeze is gonna be the final decider, right? The final frontier, and it's gonna be a scrappy one. If we've ever seen, if you've seen the first 2 maps, any indication of how map 3 is gonna go, 39 actually on the first 2 maps, similar score lines, and Breeze, that final map that actually GXR opted to go for, right? They had the option to go to Haven or Breeze. I think understanding that, you know, Trinity might be a little bit scary on Haven, so just opting to go for a bit more of a question mark play. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely makes sense for them. I think Haven is pretty much a staple map that almost, I think, every single team in this region knows how to play and loves to play. And taking us to Breeze, like you mentioned, a bit more of a question mark. I would think it's a bit like Lotus, where you don't exactly know what the other team are gonna pull out, but we will head into agent select really quickly. But yeah, I mean, with the Euro nerfs coming in, right, what do you think we'll be seeing here?
I mean, I don't have to guess. They'll show it for me. Okay, so we've got the double controllers on either side, Astra and the Omen for the side of Trinity, Astra and the Viper for the side of Galaxy Rain, and double duelists, Neon and Jet. I think those agents kind of seeing most of the play in the current meta. Jet is just kind of, you know, that flexible agent. I think Waylay is a little bit too committal. You want to have that op lines available for Jet. And yeah, Sova is gonna be that standard pick across the board, so nothing too different, mainly just the Omen and the Viper difference.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a bit interesting, right? Because both teams, neither of them have flashes. I mean, Yoru used to fill that spot, bridging the gap between like the duelist, like entry role, secondary entry role, as well as the flasher. Now both teams instead opting to pick up the Neon instead. I mean, Neon has been running rampant in this current meta, and I think what's interesting is that Daiki, who's been on Viper for the past 2 maps, is now on Omen.
Daiki, a little bit more autonomy, I guess, with this agent. You can go for a lot more of the aggressive plays as compared to like a Viper, but yeah, it's interesting that Trinity don't choose or opt to have that Viper in the mix. It is the composition that they did run the last time they played Breeze though, so perhaps a little bit more comfortable in that endeavor. Only just the Yoru that's kind of changed out in this comp. Instant fight from the Viper down towards elbow. Decoy is gonna be picking that one up. Spectre instantly goes down. That's the kind of aggression you'd like to see from a double duelist defensive side, but tank as well. Long range sheriff shot. And it's a headshot to open up a kill on towards the east side. Floyd tries to find some access through the smokes.
Last player standing.
Flawless. It's not gonna fan out in their favor whatsoever. Trinity, flawless pistol to kick things off.
Yeah, GXR don't even manage to get that spike plant down. You can see the aggression that we saw on Split, that we saw on Lotus, that was attempted on Lotus actually from Trinity. This time on the map of Breeze, pushing straight towards that elbow position, taking out Spectre. And once they took out Spectre, that A wall just wasn't able to be used, and the rest of the players on GXR, they didn't really have too much cover to get onto the site itself. You had Roz, who had to invest into using the Nebula as smokes instead of other pieces of util, and weren't really able to get too many fights off the back of that.
And small little tech issue. It seems like that is part and parcel of like the first day broadcast playoff stuff, you know, gotta get the rust out of the machine. Galaxy Rain gonna be easy here on this eco run of theirs. It's a good bet if you're the defensive side to assume that, hey, they might hit over towards B. It is the closer range side. Instant wall up. Boy at the ready, calling for the utility to come through very well, slow down the push, but has already gone in back side. Oh, look at this from 140. Lovely shot and adjustment onto Park. Satnas chimes in, drops the spike. Mid flag coming through. Spectre eventually gets it over the line, but Decoy just jumps straight into the fight. And Ross is left a bit of a lonesome. It will catch onto the thread of Satnas, but hit by the paranoia. Flank as well. We're lucky to even get a single kill damage to get 3 players still alive.
Yeah, at least yet it's just clear on the side of Trinity to reinvest into a bit of shields here, but 3 players left alive. See, not too bad coming for the side of Trinity. They had a couple of guns that were a little bit more long range. They had a Bulldog in the mix that 140 was able to put to good use, but this is going to be that buy of GXRs, and look at this setup from them. Should have been ace.
Second player towards A main, but it's a split from GXR instantly straight to the double doors. Spot on the first one. My lucky shot to kick it off. Daiki from high and above.
One enemy
Find the
remaining.
first. Satnas with
Spike
one,
down
but Tang chiming in from the player in A. And Ross again left out of commission, out of the action. Satnas finding success again. Trinity off to a hot start. Waiting out the waiting out their own bonus.
Yeah, looking like the Trinity we saw in the map of Split. He's going aggressive, not afraid to take these fights. Decoy being set up by that star, perhaps. Goes for the... I mean, it didn't really tag onto any players, but still goes for the swing anyway, and is able to collect onto one of the players there. And I think there was also a bit of a missed wall, that fast lane coming through from Ploy in mid. No cover to cross towards that door position, and even then, there's so much util being dumped his way that they're not able to just cleanly get onto the site itself before being just gunned down by a bunch of gunfire from the heavens from Daiki.
We had questions about how the approach was going to be. It seems like GXR just insistent on playing pretty aggressive to kick things off, just full on executes. It's a little bit one-dimensional, and Trinity have already punished them 3 times in a row. It's not the outcome you want, especially since Trinity had shown a bit of weakness on their defensive sides on Lotus. So you're giving them 3 rounds in a row to kick things off is a little bit scary for GXR. So hopefully they can right the ship sooner rather than later. It's gotta be another little bit of a half buy eco round, I guess you could say, for GXR. Looking at the economy right now, not many ults they can work around with either. So Decoy's purchase of that Outlaw might be able to farm quite a couple of kills.
Yeah, I mean, not too many players investing into this round if you're GXR. I think they were able to get the spike planted for the last couple of rounds as well, so money there.
Oh, a bit of a longer tech pause this time. Hopefully things are okay. Let's see if we can get a little bit of insight for you guys on what the tech pause is. Okay, got the confirmation. Seems like it's another connection issue. Let me see who is the one with the connection issue. Let's guess. I feel like it's the player without the ping moving, right?
No, but
Oh dear.
Ploy and Spectre
It's jumped
flying
up
to
to
the moon.
200. And this day and age, you never know what might happen in this economy. Sometimes electricity pops, Wi-Fi pops. Hopefully the GXR boys can can get that under control as soon as possible. Hopefully, I mean that's out of their control, right? It's not much they could do. Who's there in the bottom left?
In the cams, it's Satnas.
Is Satnas?
Yeah.
Okay. Honestly, there's a lot of new faces for me to recognize, so I have to get slowly used to it and see if I can remember who's who without seeing the name. Satnas, I'm looking very excited, very pumped up. Not phased that they're on map number 3.
Yeah, pretty much just having fun for the whole duration of this series. Even when they were on the back foot on the map of Lotus, and not too phased by losing out on that one. And definitely thriving a lot better now. We're on to the row already. And have another fast hit here coming in for the side of GXR. Decoy though, was aggressive, gets punished for it by Park. That's an outlaw. Oh, to be retrieved, but I don't think Satnas wants to allow for this.
I'm out of here.
Doesn't matter because side's been compromised. Probably gonna put a lot of pressure on the back side. Sliding through. Satnas just perfectly stops right in the hands of Ploy. 140.
Spike planted.
Tap and a fade away. We'll wait for the rest of the teammates to come through. Braving through the smoke himself. That is a little bit bold. Not sure if I like it, but he's still alive though. Waiting for the rest of the team to come through. Slowly clearing out the rest of the side as he is just solo retaking by his lonesome. Pressure on the players back of sight. Look at the composure on this man. Not a beat of sweat on his brow. Labored shot. Spectre's only good for the one. It's Trinity with a solid retake of this B side. 140. This is his domain. Can get the spike down, but you won't take the round away.
I believe he hit that shot onto Ploy with the last bullet as well. Even though it was a great opening coming in from GXR, it's turned on his head by 140 here.
One enemy.
Calm aim all the way, keeping his composure. And now Decoy buying into that operator that has worked out so well for the side of Trinity on the map of Split itself. Weren't really able to bring it up, but okay, back on the Vandal.
Yeah, perhaps not wanting to get swarmed upon. Wants to have a little bit more flexibility in the fight. This time, GXR, they're taking their own sweet time. They acknowledge that, you know, these rushes have really not netted them anything. So at least the understanding is there. Not gonna give away too many more of these rounds.
Go!
They're just rushing in and dying. But at the same time, they're not getting anything by playing slow as well. They're just hoping for aggression. Trinity not gonna give them.
Oh,
what do they do from there on out? Spots a glimmer. Instant paranoia pushes back Spectre. Controls the back reconvene. Roz though, that's the player he was looking for. Ploy goes down.
I'm out of here.
And Ploy just gives his body up on a silver platter to Satnas.
Cosmic Divide used preemptively as well over on this B site, perhaps baiting the players of GXR into them, but Spark could collect onto a kill instead. Now just Satnas on the site itself finally will get cleared out. Up and above, Daiki would jump, but Spectre has his number. It's just going to be the lone Sova of the tank coming in from that flank.
I'm not gonna lie, what is Trinity doing in this round? That was so off character. And Cosmic Divide just, if anything, benefited GXR, allowed them to creep up close, wait around the wall, waited for it to fade, and they didn't even do that. They just walked straight through, found that kill into 140. Yeah, kind of swung across the side at GXR. It's weird, but it works. They just let Trinity make the errors. one by one they'll fall. I really didn't like that Cosmic Divide. I just don't understand the reasoning for it. Like, just smoke normally.
Yeah, I mean, if you have like a flash, it would make more sense because you can pop flash out of it. But
It's a retake wall, but they haven't even got the spike down. You're letting
yeah,
them
Take flight.
Why?
presence now. Paranoia used that to force them back a little bit and really capitalize on all that space gain. Look at positioning from Daiki as well as Sun. The tank.
Go, go, go. Work good.
Big fight down towards mid. Sana's gonna win that one out. Spectre gonna get caught off guard as the smoke fades behind him. This time, opening kill goes in the way of Trinity. Right, it was again down towards mid. It's a very stark difference on the first two maps. These two teams now playing extremely slow.
Smart move.
Uncharacteristic. It's a little bit awkward. He's able to make it work though. Daiki, the double kill lineup. That's something. Sets his team up for a man advantage in this retake here.
Now a 2v3 for GXR and I think Park
Spike planted.
wants to try and go a little bit more aggressive, get into a deeper angle, but
I'm out of here.
really not too keen to do anything. Right now it's still a 2v2 on that side itself.
Shocking.
Until Astra will come in, it's gonna be a 2v2 itself. Poise as well as Sun's on that side. Overdrive pub. Ross collect onto one, but it's a shorty that cleans the round up for Trinity as they will make it to 5.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks of map number 1 right here. Trinity are just really running away with things. Okay, we get a defuse. Alright, 140. Whenever a player freezes up, I get a mini heart attack. I'm like, oh no, is this internet PC or something?
There.
Alright, get the defuse again.
Go, go.
Not ready
Slow
yet.
round here from Galaxy Rain is nothing but they lose that opening pick down towards mid.
Ready.
Telegraph play in towards A. Crossfire is being set up by Trinity. Win out the trade fights as well. And the round eventually 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're still doing their due diligence by clearing out Patek's position, knowing that someone could be playing in an off angle but caught on a timing. And that just completely gives Trinity that advantage. I think that should be econ advantage for Trinity as well. Don't think GXR have too much money to play with. They do have a couple of outs though. Overdrive as well as the Bladestorm are what I'm looking at right now. Definitely could net them a couple of kills if they're able to find out exactly where Trinity are playing.
Yeah, the problem is they don't have any info utility to find out, right? They have to
Yeah.
put their bodies on the line. It feels like whenever GXR commits, like at the start of the round, that's where they're gonna end up. And if they play slow, then wherever they find an opening pick, they're just gonna hit there, or they're just gonna make a gamble call. It doesn't feel like they have too much information. The only time I kind of really
Feed
saw a
quick
bit of that
trigger.
was when they had the trap play down towards A main with the Omen Paranoia. But other than that,
Get out of my way.
it doesn't really feel like there's much info gathering
Gotta
at the start of
go.
this round. If anything, they're just hoping to find an opening pick, and doesn't really seem too convincing for me so far. This time, bit of a change up. It's mid. That is the focus here for GXR. Instantly garnered in that
This way.
control. Spot out the off, I think, with the jump peak. So Ploy, with that fast lane, just gonna guide his retreat back. Silver drone invested down towards the double doors. It's also info.
Go, go, go. Hi. I'm pissed.
Here comes the commitment.
Lucky sight.
Overdrive, but stalled out though. There's no pulse. Just buy a bit of time for the players of Trinity to strike back. They
One
will
enemy
collect
remaining.
and collapse onto the rest
Spike
of the players
down
on
mid.
GXR. And just going to be Roz left alive in a 1v4. Nigh impossible. Spike well out of reach. Cosmic Divide invested fully, and with Decoy looking in his direction, staring down the
sucks.
barrel of death. Ross will fall, Trinity will find 6.
Trinity up to 6. This is slowly getting out of hand for GXR. I mean, again, it's disconnected. Again, they're walking in a crossfire setup. Where's the utility in a lot of these fights? Yes, the initial one with the duelist, but where's the follow-up? Just doesn't seem like the trades are available for GXR, and they're just being outplayed on every single fight. Clumsy is still yet to find a single frag at round number 7. Awkward purchase this time for GXR. Bit of an ego attempt here. Fast paced approach. Hunter's Fury just gets sent downrange. At the very least, but it's still making slow. What is Satnas doing? You don't like leads, I guess.
It's a free gun on the ground for GXR at least, so...
Yeah.
I got the spike. Spike dropped.
At the very least,
Take
Trinity
flight.
still have control over towards A main. Daiki is still forcing the smoke, but that owl drone came through gravity well and the teleporter commitment. It's gonna push back the defenders just a little bit. Now it's gonna look a little bit more convincing for me, right? They try to feign that there's presence down towards A, but Trinity have not moved a muscle. Open hands of Decoy down towards mid. 140 again here defending B.
Give it away. Aim now. But he's still on that site itself, able to collect on the side. Like spotted. Decoy with that play stop, but it's 140 who connects onto the head. Instead, Decoy good for one with the knives and his Daiki has to clean up through as Trinity now in a 6-round lead. They make it to 7.
They had opportunities, they had chances. It was 4 versus 4. 4v2 on this side. I think they only find a single kill at the end of the day on that actual execute. Where is the utility? Where is the flow? Where is the pathing? It seems like everyone is just not on the same page. Everyone's trying to do different things. Nothing is lining up for Galaxy Rain. Blinded. Lead push this time. Only just on the Daiki. What is he trying to do? What is Decoy doing? At least he's bailed out by Satnas. Satnas just sending it all the way downtown. Clumsy finally gets off his goose egg.
Revealing area.
The players just are surrounding him. They don't even have the spike. 140 is gonna come in towards elbow just to provide that vision.
Last player standing.
Fight there up against Silva, and 140 will win that one. Mark now left 1v3.
As well gets the tag off. That's a high back cover, and that's a double swing from the players of Trinity as 140 collects onto the head of Park, and it's looking rough here for GXR.
I'm not sure what happened between map number 2 and 3, but yeah, this looks just like map number 1 for GXR. I thought that after map number 2, they're gonna get a little bit more confident. They're gonna have a little bit more understanding of how to play up against Trinity, but Breeze is just apparently not in their strat book whatsoever. I'm not sure. They just look so out of sorts. Not a single opportunity. Only 1 round, and that was... How did that one run?
Pulling them in.
Regardless, 140 is gonna get tested again. It's just full on execute, full on commitments, hoping that them banging their heads against the wall will eventually work. An opening kill though, and it might convert right here as Clumsy gets a Hunter's Fury kill onto the tank. It's a 2 versus 4. Surely don't lose this one. Surely not. Trinity with a double man deficit.
Planted.
GXR getting that spike planted as well. Should be able to convert this round. And the Viper's hit.
Toxin screen down.
Investing fully into this one, but Decoy has a judge as the Viper's pit down. Clears out in the open now. Spots out the hand of Clumsy. Still a 2v2 though here. Ross yet to be spotted, playing for this post plant instead. Smoke gonna block off that vision. And the pull doesn't come in until it's a bit late, and he's able to get it a half here. They have to go for the swing, but Decoy is just able to defuse the spike right under their noses.
GXR, what are we doing? Why are we spamming the spike before you use your gravity well? You let them take it up to half, let alone this. Let alone Decoy just getting 2 instant kills. Clumsy comes in, doesn't even try to get the spike diffuser, goes for the 2nd kill instead. Trying to heroically save the round, thinking that he's the main character. No one is on GXR right now. Not unless they band together. Now let's take them up. Full squad. If you go in one by one, that's exactly how you'll fall as well.
Toy.
Oh!
We'll find a shorty kill. 140. Suraz almost leaving. Will still get the kill, and oh, it's just a 2v3 for the players of GXR here, still stuck in mid.
That is devastating that they lost in that fashion.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Again, they're giving 1v1s though. That's one way they get GXR back into this. Clumsy up against 140 in the 1v1 hit-to-head.
Deploying drone.
Who has the bigger brain? The drone's not gonna be able to spot out anything. Checking out towards main. Oh, the drone runs out of fuel. 140 creeping around the back lines. Clumsy. How do you play this? Tucked into the back of side boxes. Reclears. Checks that no one's there. 140 has a couple of stars to play around with. Does he push through and find the kill first? Yes, he's searching. Like a shark in bloody water. Sniffing out his opponents. Eventually, it'll come up clutch. Clumsy none the wiser. It's an easy 1v1 here for 140 as it gets Trinity up to double digits.
Just find the kill. Not even trying
Last
to tap the
round.
spike. Making sure that the element of surprise, a great scan by the Sova, revealing positions completely, and it's just the players of Trinity hitting nasty shots all around.
One enemy remaining.
It looks
Last
so
player
disjointed
standing.
for GXR, right? And they don't look like they're playing together. They don't look like the team that was on Lotus before.
Go, go, go!
No, they look like a shell of their former selves that's before. On a different map, but it still applies here. And they're just being outplayed. They're being toyed with. Satna is just gonna go on a roam down towards mid, gets caught out by Ross. Man advantage for GXR, hopefully they'll be able to convert this one.
Nowhere to run!
They can know that now. Will get cleared out by Ploy. That's gonna proc the overdrive from GXR as they make their way onto that site itself. But Tank though manages to
Spike
sneak his
planted.
way into this close box.
Maybe for the rest of the team though, I'm not sure where 140 is. He's so far away from the action. He uses a Cosmic Divide, but he's not here with the team though. They're just gonna rely on the last two players. Decoy only good for one. Coming in way too late for this fight. GXR will make the most out of that takedown towards mid. Exploit the weak A
Switching
side.
sides.
It's not like the defense on Trinity isn't great either, but they're still just able to string GXR along to the right.
I think both the rounds that GXR won was when they were able to pick off the mid player of, I think, Satnas.
Yeah, that is a win, a relatively decent win con for them. The problem is I'm not sure if they're aware of it or if they're even playing for it. I think it just comes to them because Satnas just gets like ADHD and he just can't sit still.
Yeah, this looks dire for the side of GXR right now. Scoreline is it's 10-2. It doesn't look as good as what they had on Split, which was a 9-3, right? And now you just have 3 rounds before Trinity are able to close the map out. 2 rounds before they make it to match point, and you have to win out on this pistol now.
Yeah, pistol round again, must-win situation here for GXR. But they just look completely out of it. They don't look like they're in the game whatsoever. I mean, I'm not seeing the kind of conviction in terms of the calling, in terms of the strategies. When Plan A doesn't work, they look like an extremely one-dimensional team.
He is trying to go for aggressive fights, wherever it may be, but it's no avail at all. And
Heading to the above.
over on the defense, so exactly will they be able to find? They have that Viper, which
Scanning ahead.
provides a lot of value, especially in a round like this. Pistol round. No DK damage, but this pincer movement coming in for Trinity is great though. Catching on to both of the players. Wrapping around elbow, and it's gonna be Ross who's tested. Dodging between the player as well as the drone, won't get cleared out, and he will manage to find one. Clumsy picks up one as well. Spike tap being made by Trinity as spot the gun barrel. Ross, that's quite a bit of
One enemy
damage.
standing.
And Clumsy will collect onto that kill. Goes for the swing, the tank will collect, but
It is
Clumsy
done.
shuts things down. Here's around, and it's 3 on the board for GXR as they pick up the pistol.
Alright, that must-win round finally goes in the way of GXR. I'm not sure if that's going to be good enough, but hey, it's a step in the right direction. Buy-up coming through from GXR. See if Trinity go for the predictable play, which is towards B. No, instead, they are heavily stacked towards A. At the same time, oh yeah, as the time takes down low, GXR is also going to have a relatively weak A site. So let's see if Ploy can spot this out and back off, or is he just going to fall victim to give away a free A site? Oh my lord! I thought it was just going to be an opening kill. In fact, it's a double from Satnas. How does he get 2 with a single mag from the Stinger? And Spike's down. GXR, you win the pistol. If you lose the second, it's even worse than just losing the pistol.
Here's disadvantage now.
That's 3.
Satnas looks to widen the gap.
One enemy
the
remaining.
third. And Gil wants to find the fourth as well. The knife is there. Will shut things down. It's a flawless.
My ultimate is not ready.
Thrifty from Trinity. What in the world? I have like no words. Are we playing the same game right now?
How does he land 2 kills? Just a single mag. I'm not sure if there's damage done to the rest of them or from his teammates. I mean, regardless, that is unacceptable. You cannot let that happen. You had a great chance to get a couple of rounds with that pistol win. Now you just squandered it. And the tables might have just instantly turned to Trinity's favor. Again, the drone and the spam. It's the same repeat of the first round of the round prior. 140. It's gonna be a nuisance down towards mid. Spike's planted. Try to get him. They will do so.
One enemy remaining.
Raw that he still wins that out. Decoy looking for more.
There you are.
Easy pickings from Trinity. They get themselves up to 12.
Match point.
Looking way too easy for Decoy here. Satnas again. Again coming in from the tank. The 140 in mid somehow managed to find 2. Mid itself, and the other one coming in from the B flank. So a 9-round deficit now. GXR looking like how it was on Split. We're in this exact position. Will they be able to make magic happen is the question here, but
Obscuring vision. Taking that
they
back.
try to reinforce A this time around, but Trinity looking to B instead.
Oh, look at the push coming in from Ploy though. He's got all the information. He's pushed out A main by his lonesome. They can't call for the rest of the team to hit back in towards B, but no one's there again. It's just up to Ross. Where's the help? You've got the info, but where are the defenders? It's only just him stuck on an island by himself. The Trinity don't want to just give up the site. They want to be aggressive here in this post plant. Triple stack towards the broken wall. They spot a Spectre. They send Satnas in for the close. It's curtain call. There's no booking for an encore. Satnas looking for the ace, but Tank will find it. The last one there required for Trinity. It's a stomp and a half here on the final map. Trinity with a dominant showing on Breeze. They take the series 2-1 and knock GXR down to the lower brackets.
Just like how they started things out on Split. It was quick, it was fast-paced from them, and it just worked out in their favor this time around. Playing to their strengths there in the map of Breeze, going for the gunfights, going for that aggression, and GXR just were unable to stop that onslaught from coming at them.
Yeah, it was quick, fast, but not painless. Very painful, in fact, if you're GXR. Yeah, just an outclassing here on Breeze. And I think even in map number 1, I think Lotus was where Trinity really showed a lot of weaknesses. We saw a glimpse of GXR having good teamfight abilities, but other than that map, I mean, Trinity, they just put on a great performance here today. A lot of people expected Trinity to win. Maybe didn't expect it to be a 2-1 fashion, but after seeing that last map of Breeze, I think it was just a matter of time before they heated up. Lotus, again, gonna be a bit of a concern for them, but going forward, Trinity, by far and away, the better team here today.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus, considering that it's fairly new in the map pool itself, perhaps don't have too much time to prac on it, but on the maps where they do have to practice, though, they definitely looked really, really good on it. Just knowing exactly what they wanted to do, knowing how to play to their advantage, which is just going for those gunfights over and over again, knowing that they can just shoot way better than the players of GXR could today. They just made full use of that and took it all the way.
I will say though that yes, we can say that Trinity have the better weapons. I mean, not better weapons, the better aim mechanics. But I like the ideas that some of them brought into some of these rounds, right? Some of those trap plays, little pushes that they push in together. Either 2 or 3 players. Yeah, play off the paranoia. You have the recon dart as well. Double duelists going on the aggressive. You got ops. You got the backup of Satnas on the rifle. I think those small little ideas, small little trap plays, small little pushes are actually what gives them a significant lead. Because when we look at GXR on the attacking side, on the defensive side, it just feels like it's full commitments. The comms are not there in that last round, right? You had so much information. Ploy pushed out A main by his lonesome. You had 3 players still watching mid. Yes, I get it. Mid is a concern, but they have to plan at the sites, not mid, right? You have to reinforce it back up Ross on that B side. So it's small little decision makings like that that really separates Trinity from the rest of the pack, especially GXR here today. So I like the ideas that Trinity have. Just need to buff up their Lotus a little bit more. Go back to the drawing board on that map, perhaps. But other than that, it's a clap for me. I think it's really well played.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you with the ideas that Trinity had. I mean, in that last round itself, you can see Trinity, they sent 4 players onto the site, and the only one that wasn't there was their Astra, and he was just there as like a backup plan. If the players on the site fell, he could still play his live play for that post plant. And by the time, I mean, with Trinity's aim and their ability to just hold their ground, I think they would be able to just buy enough time for that post plant U2 to just come into play, and it wasn't even needed, right? Because all the players were just finding kills after kills. Look at this, all the players on the side of Trinity just look so sharp right now, not afraid to take the aggression and just push it all the way.
Yeah, a couple of rounds where Trinity kind of overextended. You can see a little bit of the weakness and uncomfortability when you have those kinds of rounds where it's a bit more drawn out. But I don't think GXR are that kind of a team where they themselves are strong in those slower rounds. I think they're just forced to play that because they just cannot go toe to toe. They cannot go up against the firepower of Trinity with their own. Yes, they're sharp. Don't get me wrong, GXR solid players, but as a team, it's a very stark difference.
Spacing definitely an issue on the side of GXR, and look at how far apart all the players are. Unable to find any kind of trades at all, and it's just all the kills going the way of Trinity. It's just dominoes toppling one after another over each other, and it's just a complete disaster to say the least on the side of GXR for the map of Breeze.
Yeah, but at least for GXR, right? This is not the final. This is not the end of the line. They still have that lower bracket run that they could have. Depends on who they face, of course. This playoffs is pretty stacked with a couple of scary teams. I think they themselves face a scary team here today. Trinity with that victory here 2-1. But GXR, they have a couple days. I think they have until next week, right? Next week is when the lower bracket matches happen. So they have a bit of time to go back to the drawing board and really look at the weaknesses here today. Better to lose here and now than to lose later on. So yeah, pretty solid, all things considered. And I do think we have a bit of an interview at the... Oh, never mind, actually. We might... We're checking if we have some interview for you guys, but... yeah, it's again, recapping GXR's run so far. It's moments of brilliance. Not out just yet. We'll have to see who they face. Time to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at the rest of the teams in this playoffs itself, and looking at how GXR are playing right now, I would say it looks a little bit rough for them. I do like how they were playing on Lotus. They look a bit more structured. They look like they had more protocols compared to how they were playing on Split as well as Breeze, but that's just a single map of many, right? And if you only have like one pocket map pick, it's gonna be rough for you there.
Alright, and I do think we have an interview ready as well, so let's take a look at who we have on the other end of the call. Oh. Pause.
Hello.
What's okay? Grammy's yo, what's up, Hank? Hello. Congratulations.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good. Very proud of my team.
Oh, I don't think we're able to.
Hello,
hear
person
him.
in the back.
You guys cannot hear?
Checking on that. Sorry, I think you can hear us, right, Hank? But you can't.
Yeah,
we can't hear you. Oh, we can hear a little bit of him. He tried talking again.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, I hear him.
I hear him, but he's kind of soft. Is that going to make him louder? Let me see if I can do it on my end. Testing. Can you try speaking again?
1 2 1 2. Mic check. Can you hear now? Hello?
We can work with this. I'm turning up my volume as much as I can. So, yes. Hello, Vatan. Congratulations. How are you feeling after this win here up against GXR?
I'm feeling very good. On second map, we didn't perform that great because individually we didn't play that great. And the Galaxy Rain was taking so much timeouts and technical timeouts. That was very annoying for us, and they rolled back. I don't know why they did roll back there. So yeah, that's why we lost our second map. On the first and third map was pretty easy actually.
Yeah, it looked like it. Grammy, do you have any questions you want to ask?
I mean, I guess after like losing out on the map 2 of Lotus, do you guys feel phased at all, or is just like full confidence going into the map, third map?
Actually, it didn't matter at all. We knew that we were going to win the whole series, you know.
Yeah, so just full confidence all the way.
Yeah.
I like that confidence. I actually have a question in terms of your Lotus. Like, I believe you guys faced Breakpoint. I think it was the game that I was watch partying as well, and you guys also had a bit of a scary Lotus. What is it with that map and you guys? Is it something that maybe is a little bit of a weaker map, or what do you think is just the different, like, due to your composition, your playstyle, that makes it a little bit more difficult on that map for you guys?
I think we just didn't perform good individually. That's why we lost. I think Lotus is one of our best map. Yeah.
Okay, that's actually really cool to hear. All right, so yeah, I mean, I guess Galaxy Rain just showing up really well on that map. Maybe a couple of tech pause issues, but regardless, I want to ask a question based on like you guys as a team, right? You guys technically are a free agent team, if I'm not mistaken. Last split came through Premier. I think one of the most impressive stories in Split 1. Having a lot of upsets here and there. So what's the goal for Trinity, like for 2026? You guys have really showed great stuff in Split 1. What's the goal at the end of this year?
We'll try to go far as we can. Like try to win Split 2 and get into Stage 1 playoff. I mean Stage 2 playoff, right? Yeah.
Yep.
We'll try to go far as we can.
Maybe we'll see you guys in Champions. You know, I think that's maybe the end goal here. Grammys, any last questions from you?
I mean, not really a question, but just like anyone that you want to shout out here for like supporting you guys. I mean, you guys have been a team since Split 1 coming through Premier. I mean, that's no easy task, so yeah.
Can I say it in Mongolian?
Go ahead, sure.
Okay. Бид нарыг үзэж дэмжиж байгаа бүх хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Тэгээд үргэлжлүүлэн дэмжээрэй. Бид нар шат шинэгээр хичээх болно. Itu hot явахыг зарна. Okay, that's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Batang. Congratulations again. Very excited to see you guys ahead in the upper brackets. So have a good rest. We'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Awesome stuff. Shout out to Batang there. Lovely guy. I think he has some pretty decisive words about his game here today. Very confident in winning out the series. Believes that Lotus is actually a good map for them. And you know, the 2 times that with this Lotus, they did lose it. So maybe I am a little bit skewed in terms of my opinions. Regardless, it's good to hear that they have that confidence going into the big stage of the brackets.
Yeah, definitely. We definitely saw a lot of good stuff from them coming in from like the map of Split as well as the map of Breeze. Lotus maybe want to workshop a little bit, but I mean, there were a lot of pauses that could cause hiccups in their momentum. But regardless, we will be going for a short little break before we head on into the second series of the day itself. It's going to be Motive Esports up against Breakpoint. That's a match you don't want to miss. So don't go anywhere. Grab your food, grab your popcorn, and get ready for map 2 right after this break.
At the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've won the ball is traveling. अष्ट भुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना. तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओ के बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त मेमोरिया या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down when you
go. Let him move blood, but the kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an O3, get room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got through 100 the move, get lifted by the new bit cool. Let's do fly over your head. Body give another on me, oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain, though. I don't want cut my lane. Running fist fire, ain't scared no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile, if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBO, fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, let's go. Let him move blood, but the kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an O3, get room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got through 100 the move, get lifted by the new bit cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body give another on me. Oh, scared of my life. Green pet flavor. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with the face, spin roulette on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为心将我包围。Renegade， 弄污自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标。Renegade， go on the more。
Renegade, let's go. Let him move blood, but the kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an O3, get room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got through 100 the move, get lifted by the new bit cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body give another on me, oh, double nine. Renegade, let's go. Let him move blood, but the kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an O3, get room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got through 100 the move, get lifted by the new bit cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body give another on me, oh, double nine.
Welcome back again to VCL Southeast Asia Split 2. This is again the rest of Southeast Asia qualified. My name is Grammy. Joining me today is none other than Colden. And yeah, we just saw the first series between Trinity as well as GXR and Trinity. Even though it was a 3-map affair, they definitely made it look easy on the 2 maps that they did win out, going 2-1 there in that series. Now, on to the next series itself. We are going to be having Motive Esports up against Breakpoint. So, what do you think about this one?
This one also, I think, having a clear favorite in the form of Motive. I mean, whoever Motive faces, I think, in this tournament is probably going to be the favorites, right? Motive are that team. They are that guy, right? They've basically run the gauntlet of Split 1 at the tippy top, come back down to the rest of Southeast Asia and be like, yeah, guys, we gotta do this again. all right, let's make things nice and fast for us, you know. And up against Breakpoint, a team that did show a little bit of promise in split number 1. Unfortunately, wasn't able to secure the top 4 placements. Had to go through the split 2 open qualifiers. Made it all the way back here again, and then they're faced up against the titans of the scene. So I think it's kind of like that David and Goliath matchup here today. It's not going to be easy, but let's take a look at how things will pan out.
I mean, Motive Esports, like, we all know these guys by now, right? Minimize, hailing from the OC region, Zen, Flaring, Vera, as well as RoSEA here. Again, they did win out on split
RoSEA's
1
playing?
itself.
Wait a
I'm not too sure if RoSEA's playing. I think Darion is playing. But yeah, again, household names by now for everyone. And I mean, they did win out split 1, right? And all these players, they have a lot of experience, and
I mean,
kind of need to get confirmation if RoSEA or Darion is playing, because like,
yeah, I do think Darren should be playing unless he got sent back to Global Esports. But all right, just a confirmation. Okay, we're not tripping. This is not a dream. Darren is gonna be playing. It's just RoSEA, you know, wants to show us his face a little bit again. But yeah, he's RoSEA doesn't have a team right now. It's a little bit grim to be talking about him. But regardless, they're up against, you know, this young squad of Breakpoint. They themselves another Mongolian team, and really making a name for themselves, especially in split 1 with a relatively solid run. We've got Quetz, Fetis, Sassy, as well as Vanek and Masca. So I do believe Masca is a Brazilian-Japanese hybrid. Is that the correct term? Calling someone. But he's Brazilian-Japanese, which is pretty cool. I think he's in Mongolia right now. So
speaking of Brazilian, right, I didn't know we have Sassy in APAC now.
I can't remember if it was Sassy or Sasu. I have to double check on that as well. But regardless, this team of Breakpoint is just stacked from top to bottom. They've got some crazy Mongolians. If you thought that, you know, Trinity were good, Breakpoint are also, you know, in that same level. I will say slightly below Trinity, considering what Trinity has done in split 1. But you can't take your eyes off of a Mongolian team, right? Especially in the double duelist meta, where it seems like they should be leaning into, they should be favoring them.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw Breakpoint itself, I think, defying our expectations. In split 1 itself, I don't think anyone expected them to be able to kind of make it as far as they did, but they managed to prove like basically all of us wrong, except for like one person. I don't remember who it was, but yeah, I mean, Breakpoint making it to split 2 again, going through the gauntlet of the open qualifiers up against Motive Esports. This is going to be an absolute banger of a game if we ever had one.
Okay, yes, I know we're supposed to, like, compare these two teams as, really respectable in their own rights, and I know that you also mentioned, like, yes, it's gonna be a banger. I do believe we're gonna get some exciting games. I'm not sure if it's gonna be the most competitive, because I have to be real, right? Motive are just that team right now. They champions of Southeast Asia, looking like the best team that we have in the region, and you're going up against a team that couldn't even make it to the top 4 of split number 1. Like, that is just the reality of things. I get it, Breakpoint are a solid team, all things considered, but Motive, they're just head and shoulders above the rest right now. So yes, I do hope for a close game, and we're getting to see the map videos here, so it might tell us a little bit on how this battle is going to unfold.
Yeah, we're heading to the map of Haven first. Again, another 3-side map. It's gonna be picked up by Motive, and they'll be starting out on the defense here. Breakpoint, they bringing us back to Lotus. So this time, it'll be the Mongolian team's pick. And if we do get to that map 3, it is going to be on Pearl. And I don't think Breakpoint wanna bring them to Pearl, because Motive's Pearl has looked deadly in split 1 itself.
Yeah, Motive, I mean, it's hard for you to pick a map that Motive are bad on, right? Motive, I
Yeah.
think, very comfortable on Haven. It's a map that they love to call on. I think Minimize loves to throw in fakes. You know, fakes was something that we didn't see in series number 1. And I do presume that we're going to have something like that on Haven, a 3-side map. Breakpoint, though, saying, hey, if you can play a 3-side map, so can we. They're going to pick Lotus as theirs. I'm not sure how that's gonna go for them because I think Motive have a pretty decent track record. Okay, no, they don't have Lotus played so far. Yes, because you know they didn't need to play the open qualifiers. But Lotus has been a bit of a homestay map for Breakpoint. They did beat Trinity on Lotus, 14-12 in the open qualifiers, flawless 3-0 there. So it might be a map that they're most comfortable with. And we've seen how GXR had been playing their Lotus in the previous series, right? Comfortability plays a big factor. Might not be the most ideal composition. Might be playing like a Jet or a Cypher on that map. But, you know, as long as you have those protocols in place, you can make it work.
Okay, here's the question, right? So if Trinity beat Motive in Split 1, and then Breakpoint beat Trinity on Lotus, so where does that put us in the grand scheme of things?
Where does put like what? Sorry, what do you mean by put us?
Like, are we gonna see like a close match for these
you're trying
teams,
to get,
or
I see. You mean in this matchup specifically?
yeah?
I think it's hard for me to say because both haven't shown their Lotus, right? It is the newest map in the map pool. Yeah, I'm looking at Breakpoint's track history. They did beat Trinity on Lotus, but at the same time, we just saw Trinity's Lotus not being the best. So I'm trying to give Breakpoint a benefit of the doubt, right? Trying to look at the recent results and saying, hey, they have shown good results. They look comfortable on it. It is a map that Motive haven't shown, and Motive traditionally start off a little bit slow in tournaments. This could be the perfect chance of Breakpoint to strike first, strike hard, and maybe pick up map number 2. But in the grand scheme of things, I think we're also just looking at for silver linings in a dark cloud. Motive gonna be my prediction here in this series. I think Grammy shouldn't be too far from me as well, right?
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna copy paste your answer like you did the first time, and yeah, pick Motive because yeah, I mean, like you said, they do tend to start off a little bit slow, but once they get their engines running, it's just like zooming all the way. They're just able, like even in the grand finals or Split 1, the regional qualifiers itself, even though they were like backs against the wall in a couple of rounds where I think OPY were a match point, they were still able to take them into like overtime or just make sure that OPY weren't able to win out on any of their maps, actually going 3-0 in that grand final. So definitely when Motive get going, they do get going.
Yeah, once you don't want to face up against a warmed up Motive, I guess you could say, right? Motive have shown that they do struggle a little bit in the earlier games, early stages, especially in Split 1 when they just formed that roster. Did have a loss up against, I think it was one of the Mongolian teams, might be Aura in the playoffs of Split 1 to kick things off. Or at least losing a map, right? Not the whole series. Then again, we might get it here. Never know. Darren is rubbing his eyes. That might be the perfect recipe for Breakpoint right now. But yeah, this squad is stacked from top to bottom. Minimize and Flaring Vera and Darren, not Riza. Ooh, Darren's yawning as well. So he's tired and he can't see. Perfect.
This must be Breakpoint's
Oh.
chance to strike first. Look at this comp here from both teams actually. ISO is something that we haven't seen too much recently. Now coming back into a pick for Breakpoint. That's gonna be pretty interesting.
Ooh, Breakpoint choosing. Okay, it threw me off for a second. That's not Haven. That's Breeze. But yes, we will be on Haven. I was like, for a second there, I thought I was tripping my mind off. But Mazka, gonna be picking up that ISO. So yeah, it's an old composition. I think the whole point of this comp was kind of to counter the chamber, right? That's gonna be put on towards a short, which is what Darren is running. So it's a good counter to that agent pick, to the composition of Motive. Question is, can they make it work? Can that ISO suppress actually take down the likes of Darren?
I mean, gonna be the question here for Breakpoint. Interesting comp to say the least. Don't know if Motive have played too much against a comp like this, but I mean they will just play to the sound of their own melody here and go for a B here, but somewhat read by Breakpoint here. But the flash though, great flash coming in. Darion picks up two, the third to boot. And Vera good for one. It's just going to be Sova left alive. Quets nothing he can do. Gets tripped up by that trademark, and Zen will find a kill. Flawless opening for Motive.
Alright, that's how we're gonna kick things off, huh? Motive, they're not getting off to a slow start. Instant fight down towards mid. Darren with the headhunter. Even gets Team Flash, doesn't even matter. And, you know, Motive in split 1, having compositions where it was single duelist, double initiator, but I think towards the tail end of split 1, they really you started leaning in towards the double duelist. You got Vera and Zen both. Actually, not Zen. But Zen on the... You know, they have double duelists, but they're not running Zen on the duelist. That's my point. Darren instead now taking a lot of control. He spots out the head of Quets. Got access down towards short. Flaring on the initiator. It's been a while since he came on Sova. Still able to hit those kinds of shots. Easy as your line coming through.
One enemy remaining.
Flash in from Minimize. One X stuck in the corner.
Careful now.
And he's just toying with his food. Going for the dive. Instead, we'll just die to the flames. Motive, second flawless round already.
Darion's just perma flash by Minimize.
Yeah, you know, for a second, I thought that Zen was gonna be playing the duelist. I honestly just assumed that because, you know, Zen is Zen. Yeah. But Minimize saying, hey, I want to have a little bit of the fun too.
I mean, fun is what he's having if he's flashing his teammates like
He's flashed both of his teammates in both of the rounds already.
Shock dart.
Jackson White. Oh, flaring. Goodbye. That's one way to open things up. That is, you know, nice shot down towards A. Zan's here in the smoke, playing within it. Letting his teammates try to come up clutch around the backside. Minimize flashing in for the fight as well. Zan tries to come out, but as the smoke fades, so does his life. Asmodeus coming in with one more. And it's a flawless on the other side of the battlefield this time. So 3 rounds now. All flawless, but this time it's breakpoints.
Right, we got flawless rounds stacked on flawless rounds. This is starting out strong for both teams, but this is where it really begins, right? Because, I mean, that was a bonus for Motive. I mean, they did have a couple of weapons. They weren't really able to fend against Breakpoint, who was just, like, finding all the kills. But now, this is where they are able to afford things. And I say afford, but Darion is just glass cannon up here.
Interesting approach. He's on towards that C side though. Early control from Motive down towards A. It's a B side call coming in from Breakpoint. Right call. No one's here for the time being. Asmodeus though runs out of his double tap runs. Try and able to find an opening pick.
This is up to 1. Darion stands with a trade, but instantly let's see they go. Fly picks up 1. Darion has all to do in this round. Headhunter only finds 1, just a consolation prize as the rest of the players on Breakpoint will tie things up.
Alright, Breakpoint instantly on through back, but Neck somehow still managing to find 1 despite being in 1v2. I think Darren legged the Neon in that fight, still manages to hit the hit shot, but too overwhelmed, not enough utility to work around the site. Again, I want to go back to the Minimize Phoenix, right? It is a double duelist composition, but Zan is playing the controller, Minimize is playing the Phoenix. What world are we living in? Albeit, I have to give credit to Minimize, he was fragging out of his mind in split 1, so okay. Did he just use? Oh no, that was the chamber. Alright, I'll strip it out. Chamber down with the tour de force towards A. Bit of a look. Smoke allows for a guise of an approach. Breakpoint just playing it safe, expecting aggression.
Spots out the shoulder as well. think they should have spotted out this very long gun of Darion, but do have the Neon just stuck in the corner there. The rest of the players, though, slowly but surely walking up C, where Zen has already tucked himself into a very unexpected corner. They have to try and clear this. They do have that Owl drone and are prepping for it. Meanwhile, an A fight over here. Kind of a stalemate though, as both players will make it out alive, and the rest of the players heading onto that C site instead, doing the due diligence to clear out Zan's positioning, and double tap will come into play. Going to find a kill as shock dart lands straight on top of him. Go, go, go!
Phase wall, that's actually gonna stop the push initially, breaks the shield of Asmodeus. He has to call for breakpoint to reconvene. Omen from the shadows all the way down towards A. He commits off of it. Darren will punish. Fed is now dancing around mid in towards the B site. That's the pivot call. But Minimize is snuck through. Minimize unclear. Thankfully there for Quetz. Can trade out his teammate. Close range shot from flaring attempted for. Kept honest. Shock dart though. Great damage found. But Darren with an up in hand. That's not ideal for this close range fight. Somehow need to land this shot. Breakpoint, all their sights set in towards A-Link. Everyone coming from that same position. High-low setup. Flaring. How do you break this apart? You've only got the Sheriff in hand. You've got to land an instant headshot. Darren goes in first. And so does he. Flaring following not too far off as well. Breakpoint. 3 rounds in a row. Gets him up to a lead.
30 seconds left.
They're able to chaos on the A side. Keep a couple of players.
Last player standing.
Able to clear out Zan's position along as well. But that was just an eco round coming in from Motive. Now again, able to afford pretty much a full buy. You have Darren back on the op, holding down that A site instead. But again, it's gonna be Zen. Perhaps maybe tested. Let's go and see here. Owl drone. Well, gives it some cover, but Minimize playing ahead of it. Quetz though, instant with the trade. Chip damage, but no kill found yet.
Alright, 1-1. Kind of favor the attackers in this kind of a situation. Both duelists, or one each side losing their duelist. Zan's still back off site though. Did Owl drone down towards mid. Trying to re-clear the potential B push. Darren's down deep down towards A, so he can just tell the rest of his team to focus on B and C.
And you have Neck now going on this lurk, perhaps trying to find a player that could be caught unaware, but a step though, I think it should have been heard. Yep, that is going to be the smoke as well as the shock dart, but Zen over on C will fall, and that's going to give the go button over to the hands of Breakpoint here. Will get onto the side himself, still is being held by Vera.
30 seconds left.
On the back of the side, finds 2.
One enemy
one
remaining.
More with that slide, but it's
Spike
flaring
down. C.
and from the back.
Death is
Neck
cold.
tries to strike, but flaring shuts them down instantly. Motive with tightens up.
I thought things might have gotten a little bit scary, especially since Zen was being caught. But look at this, Vera just coming in with a pre-take off the side.
Remaining.
Lovely shots from
Spike
him.
down. C.
Flying from Winnick doesn't yield any value since the rest of the team also goes down. And so we're all tied up yet again. Darien, again, gonna pick up this operator. Wasn't really spotted out in the round previous, right? But they do know he is towards the side of the map. Let's see if the ISO can actually push him back this time.
I'm out of here. Shocking.
Minimize. What a slide! Space gained by Breakpoint. So much space, in fact, that 4 players are left alive on their side. A is open for the taking. Motive just have to try and go in for this retake, trying to get back onto the side before the players of Breakpoint can make it here, but no, they're already swarmed.
It's you and me.
It's gonna be the kill contract.
Spike down.
Zendo
A.
from up above.
One enemy remaining.
Asmodeus who shut any kind of shenanigans down. It looked close, it looked dicey in that 2v2, but Breakpoint will keep their composure and make it a score.
4v2 there. Asmodeus actually using the kill contract. Doesn't net them anything. But still they win on the round, right? Nice fight coming in from Breakpoint there. Zan drops down from heaven. Tries to give his team a bit of a chance there. Could have been something. Minimize gets caught though on his exit out of CT. Now a timer being called by Coach Spin. And yeah, you can understand why. Breakpoint getting off to a hot start already. Yes, it's been close, but if you're close up against the best team in the region, yeah, I'd say you're doing pretty well.
Yep, doing more than keeping up right now. Keeping Motive on their toes. Even forcing the timeout here. And I don't think Motive have the economy to work with this round. No tour de force either. Just that overdrive as well as the cosmic divide on the cards. Breakpoint though, a couple of rounds ready here. So money definitely shouldn't be an issue for them considering that they had a couple of players still alive in their round itself. These going for that judge bias could look interesting as perhaps they want to try and close the gap, pick up the pace for this round.
All right, a little bit of an eco round this time. I'm assuming the call and the timeout was for the round after this. But still, it would be nice if they got a couple frags. You know, break the armor, build down the economy of Breakpoint. But this lurk smoke, Darren's suspectful of it, just gonna sit within it. And he's the only one here between them and the free C side. Ooh, there's a teleport back. Go back, his team wants to go forward. What's the communication like? Lightning and fire blazing the C site. And Fed is gonna come out on top in that engagement. Not much is for the rest of the Motive squad. Scan though is great coming in from Flaring. Zed and Minimize both finding success here. Down to the 1 versus 2 when Neck now left in a possible situation, flanking around. What is happening in this round? It's messy, it's unconventional, but still Motive. Just a little bit of synergy with the utility is gonna net them and keep those Thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, great scan coming in from Flaring, revealing the players of Point completely, and Zen and Minimize able to collapse and collect onto it there. The curveball was great as well to catch Winek off guard. He was just spinning out in the open. This time though, Breakpoint have the lockdown to play with. Motive perhaps reading into this, stacking up the A side just a little bit more. We're trying to go for the reinforce, don't want to let Breakpoint into that site.
Minimize has been very willing to take fights, especially with the flash in his hands. And it might be the same thing here again. Flash straight in for the fight. Vera with the first pick. But Minimize has to back off, unable to assist his teammate in that fight. Flashing down to a short instead. Flaring gets caught, has to back off. Meanwhile, Wanek has found a kill across the other side of the map. That's standing aggressive outside of garage. Minimize opportunities squandered away. Quets will punish. Perhaps a reconsideration back towards A.
I'm out of here.
Fedis is down in B already, just being a nuisance all across this map. Breakpoint now get the information. Last 2 players spotted down near towards B. Placing up all the post-plan situation. Wanek drops his utility belt at the front gate. No more on the lock and key here. I say that as Flaring lays in a boatload of damage with the shock darts. Asmodea still in default. Nano people that play for the time being. Darren hits a flick of a century. Lovely adjustment there. Man deficit. But Motive don't care. It's the veterans that come out with a beautiful game plan to retake A.
My ult is ready.
Yeah, great shock dart. So much damage being done by Flaring there. I mean, it looked like a round for Breakpoint, right? Considering that they had the lockdown, they have the Hunter's Fury, just a lot of util to play that post point with, but just stuck in that position, unable to
One enemy remaining.
a better angle. Just all going to fall to the hands of Motive.
Yeah, you give them an opportunity, a gap in that defense, in the post plan.
Careful here.
Motive will just run straight over you. Again we go, low buy round coming in from Breakpoint. Accelerating straight towards the side. Neck though, that's a great opening pick. That's onto Darren down towards short. It's a man advantage. Expect to get planted, but Vera on the wraparound fast. Hunter's Fury now invested. Push away the spike planter. And as the smoke fades, Winek's expecting RPS goes down to the Hunter's Fury. Minimize right around the corner as Zen picks up kills down towards mid as well. Forces players to break point and take the initiative. Go on the aggress.
Spike down B.
That only leads them straight into the meat grinder. Flaring with the spike in his hands. And a triple kill as well. To close out and get out this 6th round on board for Motive.
And it definitely looked a little bit dangerous there for Motive with Connect behind enemy lines. Quickly dealt with though, and just shot through the wall from Asmodeus. Quite enough to take Flaring down. He will collect onto that. That's gonna bring Motive now in a 2-round lead, but a lot of ultimates here for the side of Breakpoint to use.
Use them eventually. Vera tested, bested as well. The Minimize saying, hey, he needs to back up his team. Flashing in for the fight, but misses his opportunity. Arceus swing out the door and catch him. Falling onto towards the side. Zen's trying to hold it down in front of the wall of the ISO. He still stands tall. Double kill. Triple. Quad from Zen. This man's a turret. Looking for the ace. Will get denied though. The close is there for the rest of his teammates. Fantastic anchoring from Zen himself.
Last round before the
Goes uncleared, unchecked, makes the most out of his position up the platform here. Not looking his way. Even when he's pinged out, he's still able to collect on the kills.
One FC.
A steal right there. And there on is just clean up now. Motive will have the lead in the health.
Another secure lead, and that's not bad, right? If you're on the defense side of Haven. Typically, you think that attack side will win out. Far Motive are looking incredibly well oiled, especially after the timeout from Spin.
It's you and me.
Same situation, but unfortunately misses it. Kill contract here, and 1 versus 1 in his domain. Asmodeus will reign supreme. Vera goes down without a chance here. The flank attempt coming through but Minimize. What is this? It's fast, it's swift. Asmodeus still clawing one back up towards Heaven. 3 versus 5 now, but big flank being called for. And Darren being a nuisance in the backlines. Despite the Killjoy ultimate being invested, he still manages to eke away a double kill. Not sure if they spotted out Minimize position as well. I don't think they do. And he'll strike in the night. Hunter's Fury now invested, sending bolts across
one enemy
screen.
remaining.
And they're not able to find the kills. And Zen with the final 2 as well. Motive. They swing back and forth. The pendulum still falls in their favor though as they get themselves up to 8. Double the scoring of their opponents at the half.
They're going ahead of that lockdown, knowing that the players on Breakpoint are just all stuck on the side, able to just find 2 kills and even out the numbers for them here. Minimize from the flank, not
one enemy
out at
remaining.
all. Just able to collect onto all those kills. What if now on the attack? 4-round lead gain for them. Now I want to see how Breakpoint wanna play the defense, right? Because they have the ISO. So how exactly do they wanna
that's fair.
place?
Yeah.
Where do they want to place the ISO to gain the most value?
The problem with ISO is that you only have a very small window to make the most of your abilities, right? If you miss that window, your ability expires. It's almost like YOLO, right? You want, if you're on the attacking side and you're playing against an ISO in defense, you want to wait out like the first 15-30 seconds or so. You know, waste away the ISO's ability. And then he just becomes like the normal dude with like a vulnerable bolt, or what do you call it? I don't know, projectile, and then the wall, which is all right. It's not bad, but it's nothing compared to what he can do with the double tap. So we'll see if Motive have that on the strat book. We'll wait out the utility from the ISO, but yeah, I do agree with the point. ISO in defense is not easy.
And not only that, if the ISO walks into any of Minimize's util, the Blaze Wall or the Hot Hands, double tap will be gone.
That's actually an interesting dynamic, or like an interaction that we never really considered, because when was the last time ISO and Phoenix was there, or even played, right?
A bit of a gathering in B. Just wanna take a leaf out of Motive's strat book here and walk down. And there's just gonna be two players of Motive looking out for it here. We'll hear that.
Oh, there's a Neon that's just making a lot of noise towards C. I think they're trying to draw attention, but instead Motive just got that back for free. No one's in home. No one's watching towards Garage. Area now is a chance to just wreak havoc together with Zan. You think that it was just a single player in Garage? Nay, it was three. It was the whole Motive squad. One neck. He's doing great. He's laughing.
I'm too far.
This round, a bit of a joke.
I'm too far.
How easy it was for Motive to just sweep that under the rug.
Now, always gets the burst, and they don't expect the rest of the village to be there.
The whole village. The whole kampong turns up in Garage.
I mean, I guess that's what happens if you put the Killjoy on A for the first round. He blues out on holding down 2 lanes. And now Motive will have a buy. Again, looking for the double digits. I think the reinforcements on the defense now. Oh, they're backing away.
Okay, put a little bit of pressure down towards C. With the double duelist, actually playing relatively passive. It's a retake setup on towards A. Motive, contact play up. Bit of a distraction down towards B as Vera gets sent down. Trying to find an opening kill instead. He goes down. Not sure if that's worth it. And Breakpoint will happily collect.
Motive have stuck their way into A, but points do seem to be privy to this. Again, they do have that one upgraded weapon to RPS right now. They're just waiting for the rest of the squad to come in for this retake. Meanwhile, there's this up-down setup, high-low here, for Motive. It's been spotted out, and too sure if they still want to hold their ground in this wide-open position. Minimize picks onto 1. Hands come through, but the kill's all going the way of Motive. Last shot not quite hit, quite to collect, but then with a 3k in the round, Motive pick up 10 now.
Okay, I was a little bit nervous when I saw that setup. It's unconventional, kind of in the open. You've got Darren watching towards Heaven, but you know, we saw that there was like, what, 3 players coming in from Heaven, so got a little bit hot under the collar, but Motive adjusts. They have the utilities in place, minimize the flashes and the molly, buys them a little bit more time. Of course, it's nice shots from Darren and the whole squad, to be frank. Zan sitting upon a mountain of bodies, right? 16 and 9 so far. It's been looking great, especially on the control goal. Not even a duelist. They minimize. Okay, stuck in the corner. It's still going to be able to find that first opening pick. RPS goes down towards short. And what is this happening for RPS? They're crazy. Okay, no, actually Darren's the one that's crazy. Running into the smoke by him's lonesome.
Joke's over!
Daring.
You're dead!
That's Darion. One neck. Push back by the stun and the run it back. Oh dear. Not expecting Minimize to be so up close and personal. Buys him a lot of space as the spike goes down. 3 players retake.
Go. Our drone does force Vera back, but they're just happy to play this close one now. Our drone coming in from flaring to try and spot out players on breakpoint. They do spot out by number, and Vera goes and check. Picks up 1. Asmodee is good for the trade, but still they have a boatload of util to deal with. The first could be this curveball if they do go for that spike path. Want to play ahead of it now.
Last player standing. One player standing.
Clean shots coming in from Asmodee. 4k in the round, but still going the way of Motive. That is the bonus round for Motive going their way as well, so I don't think Breakpoint have money now.
Yeah, it got a bit interesting with the wall from Asmodeus. But yeah, that's the bonus from Motive. It's just gonna add insult to injury. Breakpoint are just scrambling, you know, on the ground for some leftover pieces of money, of coins, of bread. Yeah, nothing. Oh, they have absolutely nothing. One neck just gets demolished. small little silhouette of him. That's all that Aaron needs. Shot to the wall though. It's not down just yet. Popped up with the HP thanks to the flames. Minimize. In contention here. He's a little greedy man. More healing. Alright. Backs off. Retake setup now for BRK. Kill shot contract available, but how do they manufacture this here with the lesser weapons?
Guardian. So they are just going to hit the fight. Will get shut down by Vera as he picks up a 3k. He's just collects onto one, flaring there for that trade and motive on match point.
Alright. Keeping things nice and clean. We don't see any of the mishaps that we've seen Motive have before. Losing the eco rounds, throwing clutches away, XV1s. It's been looking pretty solid. You know, they stave off that kind of aggression early on in the first half. They're going, what, undefeated so far in the second. It's 4 rounds in a row. They win this. Map's theirs. Done and dusted. Fast day at the office, or at least for map number 1. But not out of the woods just yet. Big point. Something interesting up their sleeves. A bit push coming through. Oh, I said interesting. Here it is on the plans.
Managed to find one, but minimized trades it hastily. So the kill contract is now out of the picture. Unek though, this position could prove to be a nuisance if Motive hit onto that seaside, but to go for that just as of yet he still collects onto one. Vera will go for that entry, but instantly taken down by RPS. Position noted from the back of the side, Sweats as well as RPS, but it's Zen who finds both the kills, and Motive undefeated in that second half. 13-4 scoreline, looking dominant on Haven.
Yeah, their map pick, their domain, their region so far, nothing fazed them. After that timeout from Spin, I do believe they went undefeated. Maybe they lost a single round in the mix, but yeah, just one single timeout was all they needed to right the ship. They looked incredible here to kick things off in split number 2. And if this is any sign of things to come, this Motive coming for the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, they just look really well prepared on like what exactly they want to do on this map. They just, after that timeout, it was like they just went on a whole steamroll. Round after round was theirs. I was like looking at the scoreboard just now. It was like 9 rounds in a row, and they just were able to close it out all the way. It looked competitive at first, right? Don't get me wrong. It was like neck and neck for like the first 6 rounds, I would say. But then from there on out, it was just all Motive's game.
Yeah, it was very one-sided. I mean, you kind of tried to hype them up. I'll give you credit. You said it was going to be a banger. You know, we have the Mongolians up against, you know, Motive. Motive struggled before with Mongolians, but that was a Motive where they had a few days of practice. This is a Motive with a few months of practice, and they're very much, you know, tuned into the meta. You've even got Minimized trying out a duelist on the Phoenix. When have we seen that? As of recent times, this is really cool to see. This kind of decision making, right, between the teams, not just Zan going on that role. It's deliberate, it's intentional, there's ideas behind it. He's the one that's actually taking initiative. He wants to make the plays. Zan is like the backline, the guy that's gonna clutch things out. So yeah, it's a fantastic showing coming in from Motive. Take a look at the highlights here. I think most of them is gonna be on the POV of Motive, I'm not gonna lie.
We also have flashes from Minimize. But yeah, I mean,
We've seen before Minimize being caught off guard for some reason with his knife out, with utility out in split number 1. I think you know, Oxriel, a fellow watch partier of Motive, have kind of kept track of that kind of interesting statistic. And you know, him playing the Phoenix, I don't think that statistic is gonna go any different. It's seen already a couple of times with his utility in hand, but nonetheless, not too many this time, not too many this man.
I mean, I would think that Phoenix's util is just like, it has like lower prep time or like something like that, but so far it's been looking pretty good, right? Minimize on this Phoenix. I like the ideas. I do like what they have prepped on the defense as well, just trying to take that B space away when they have their runner back. Make sure that that lurk perhaps is dealt with and get information on where exactly the players on the attack want to go. Because if you run down mid, you can basically hear if they're like on A or towards C. So that's a lot of information that's able to be gained.
Yeah, and we did have a bit of a conversation right in the pregame. You know, the ISO being picked, kind of trying to counter the chamber, right? Push him back on the lines towards A, but we really didn't see too many of the uppercuts being used to push him back.
Yeah.
When it was used, it felt like he wasn't really winning out a lot of the duels as the ISO should be. Albeit, I give him benefit of the doubt as well, right? It's up against Motive. Every single one of them could shoot. You find them on a good day, they can beat anyone. So, and I think today is going to be one of those good days, at least for map number 1. But we're not out of the woods just yet, right? It's gonna be map number 2. It's gonna be the map pick of Breakpoint. So let's see if they can, rally back and show us a good showing on their map pick, or is it just gonna be the Motive show? Are we all gonna get motivated at the end of the day? There's only one way to find out, and we'll see you guys after this short little break.
We said it was gonna be a short break, and we're back with map 2 of the series between Motive Esports as well as Breakpoint. My name is Grammy, again joined by Colden here, my co-caster, and how do you feel about him in here? My co-caster, and how do you feel about it, map 1, Colden?
It depends on which side I'm favoring on, right? If I'm a Motive fan, I am just up in arms. I'm happy. I'm cheering. Like, minimize swap rolls. He looked perfect on it. Not sure if that's the composition they're going to be going ahead in the future with, but for now it seemed perfect. They tried to counter our comp. You know, Breakpoint had something different, but it still didn't work out for them. Motive looking completely clean, and if I'm on Breakpoint's side, through their perspective, it's a little bit of alarm bells ringing, right? Not the kind of outcome you want. At least put up a little bit of a fight on Haven before you head over to your own map pick, which is going to be Lotus. Again, it's going to be a 3-site map. But yeah, so if you are struggling on Haven, which is the OG 3-site map, I can only imagine how Lotus is going to be like. I have to say, Breakpoint need to reset mentally. They need to come up with, or at least they need to fully understand the strategies and make sure that everything is nice and tight. If not, Motive will just pull off the same thing that they did on map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, map 1 looked a little bit competitive at first, but Motive were just able to pull out all the stops right after that timeout. So that timeout must have done wonders for them. But now they coming into map 2 though, they definitely will have that momentum on a roll. We will head into Agent Select for this map of Lotus, as well as we don't have to really guess what exactly these teams are going to be playing. We do have the stats on Breakpoint. Let's see if they're going to be picking up the same agents here.
Ooh, okay. Motive. Let me just take a look at things. Darren on the Ascenti, Vera on the Neon, Zen on the Omen, flying on the Viper, Minimize on the Fade. I think it's pretty standard stuff from Motive Esports so far. Not really leaning too far into the double duelist, which I like, because remember what we saw on series number 1, where both teams were running double duelists. It really was kind of just like 50-50, just picking sites and committing off of it. Motive's composition allows them to play a little bit slower, get map control, slowly have a good idea of how the map goes. But for Breakpoint, I think they are just going to lean towards the double duelist. It's what the countrymen have done. It's what the meta has kind of pushed them towards. And yeah, no Viper though. That's something that's a big difference here for Breakpoint. Instead of Viper, they've got a Vice.
Yeah, this Vice is interesting, right? Because I think we were talking about it in the match between Trinity as well as GXR previously, but I do feel like that Vice is one of the like hardest counters to a Neon, because the thorns on the ground is just it does damage based on how far you travel, and if you're not careful, you walk through it, you're just gonna eat a lot of damage there. So with this single duelist comp that Motive have, they definitely have to just try and gain as much map control as possible, figure out where exactly and what exactly Breakpoint want to do, what they have up their sleeves here. Like the setup on C, I'll find you. Perhaps going for a B-side crunch here on these two players.
Oh, you gotta be careful though. Vera just sending it straight towards the B side. But actually, it's Breakpoint with both kills. They've got 5 players on that side of the map, able to converge. Vice just for a little bit of stall here towards his A side. Look at the deep player in towards spawn. It's flaring to catch onto Woodneck. That's lovely initiative being found now.
Darion.
Ooh, the wall comes up and Darren picks off a double kill just as the wall erupts. That is devastating stuff for Breakpoint. Thankfully, Asmodea is going to catch Darren as the door swings wide back open. And so does the round. Available for both these squads. It's anyone's to the taking. Jumping right across, spreading out both players as well. Flaring as well as Zen. And oh, Zen cops a hit shot through the boxes. Spike yet to get planted. Motive have no idea where the second player of Quetz is. Playing it slow and patient. Redeploying off the smoke, half of it. Expecting the Mongolian players to be very aggressive, playing within the smokes instead. Breakpoint give them a bit of breathing room. Double controllers here in the post plant. Zen and Flaring up against Asmodeus and Quetz. Big fight here. Flaring wins it out. Quetz now tasked for the clutch. Low HP players on his opposing side. As the smoke fades, he doesn't even wait for the smoke to fade. Just runs straight through. Impatience and punished. Motive won't let you get away with that kind of shenanigans.
Yeah. The opening
One
by
enemy remaining.
Breakpoint there, but they brought it back. A couple of clean kills by Flaring as well as Darion.
Yeah, an ace
Maybe
between
the-
them.
Duo ace.
We actually had a bit of a conversation off stream, like
There.
on my watch party, about you know the duo
Gotta
names
go.
for Motive, because it always seems like it's two people on Motive always
Gotta
making
go.
plays, always together as a pair, right? So you have
outta
like
here.
Flaring and Darion, you combine them, they're Flareon, minimize. It's like
I'm out of here.
Verimize, Minira, you know, that sort of stuff. But enough of my yapping. Motive, 1-for-1 trade down towards B. Big flank now being called for. Asmodeus coming in, wrap around. Breakpoint expecting this kind of aggression. Wanek with the classic long range. How does he?
Is all he needs, but the flank being watched by Flaring finds that headshot onto Asmodeus to get the numbers back here.
No more
The
dreams.
Guardian
One
dropped
enemy
earlier, now
remaining.
be able to be retrieved. The kills going the way of Motive right now as Minimize as well as Zen pick up a couple of kills. But in a 1v3 players all around him. Here's all this noise, tries to go for the tap, and it's Zen who cleans up the round. Double headshot, seal the deal, and it's Motive who make it to 2.
Another thing wrong from Motive. A little bit dicey. Alright, a little bit of aggression from this defensive side, which is what we like to see. Good shot from Wodak as well, I think long range onto the aggressing players up towards heaven. But other than that, it's just damage, right? Round still to the Motive's side. Bonus round for Motive. Breakpoint looking to strike now. Get their first on the board. But Motive on this rampage round.
Paranoia as Asmodeus collects the kill.
One enemy
It
remaining.
doesn't even matter as
Spike
all the
down
players
A.
outside of Motive fall. Darion left alive, Spike well out of his reach.
Perfect
Once out, the
accuracy.
final player collects onto one, but still 2 players ahead of him.
Did I
It's
get
Quet
inside your
swinging out of
head?
that smoke to bring Breakpoint at first.
Alright, that's a
The
little bit
nightmare.
of life being shown by Breakpoint. You love to see if you're one of the Mongolian fans.
Last player standing.
Despite the utility that was sent in by Motive, it was not enough to displace the players on the Breakpoint squad. And I really like the commitment to it as well, right? That's one thing that we have to credit to Breakpoint, is that when they go in, when they send it through, everyone does commit. Great stuns
There.
on Neon, saturate from the Waylay as well, seize from the Fade, so many ways just to slow you down. Again, respect from Motive, they're not gonna contest it this time.
Instead, that's gonna be the sheer wall trip out. They know that as a couple players have to go for it now. Wunek will get pushed off by the Prowler as well. The Paranoia spots the player though. Perfect. Too close for comfort and collects onto Zen as well. That's 2 players
Spike
down on the side
planted.
of Motive. Point now have the numbers advantage and will slowly make it back onto that site.
This is 5 though, this is tough for Motive. I say tough! But they're tougher!
Last player
They
standing.
flipped the script! 3 versus 1 now, it's a 3v5! Grammy, how has this fallen apart for Breakpoint? Quet's in a 1v3. Not even gonna give him the luxury of an isolated fight. Spam to the boxes, he knows who's there,
No
but he
more
can't
please.
land the shots. 5 HP to his name, a single bullet will do it. Flaring with the close. Motive backs against the wall and they bite right back.
Great shots from Motive. Let's see how exactly it happened here. When Nak picks up a great double kill, giving them an advantage, but it's just shots going wide on the Breakpoint side, I believe. Motive, those land their marks. Will be up by 2 now. Breakpoint don't really have the money to work with. Motive knows this. Vera picks up an outlaw, wants to shut down this aggression to a day.
Easy push coming through from Breakpoint. Again, A rubble control is under their remit. Not much that Motive can do up against all of, those
Toxin
three
screen down.
agents' utility, right? Rang's already tagged down low. Be cautious. Drops in a molly just to buy him a bit of time, a bit of space. Okay, as the dust settles, breakpoint forced back to a safer angle. No opening pick, but still they maintain their map control.
Toxins going up.
Let's bring that wall on C though. It's going to call for a bit of rotations, perhaps, but no. Point two. They will stand their ground, calling the bluff on Motive here. Could be the wrong call as most of the players already grouped out outside of C. Winek, the only one to receive on that side itself. It's all about to reveal here. Nightfall as well as they're really able to come through. Minimize picks up on the kill. The site is theirs.
Instant control. It's the Motive way.
30 seconds
Sentinel
left.
does not phase any opposition whatsoever.
Here.
Able to step by step break down all of the utility, break through the wall, then the raise blind, Zen within the smoke. There's a dashing Asmodeus, gets chipped down by utility, and Zen now makes his presence known. First kill found, instantly traded back though. Breakpoint members, 2 versus 4. Players of Motive are extremely low, but it doesn't even matter because the crossfires being set up are just so sublime.
I love that. They're not afraid to just hold their ground on site here. You don't expect an Omen to just be playing one hand smoke. And from up above, you have Minimize as well, and yeah.
He knows he's low, so he's taking the risk, wrapping around the smoke, understanding that the last 2 players were noted towards Waterfall.
There.
That just screams
Hold
great
them
communication from
under.
Motive.
Great awareness coming through. Outlaw purchase, knowing that they don't really have the money here for breakpoint. This time it's C control instead of A. But a great shot from Fatih though to start things off. Get shut down by Darion instantly. He's taken down to
Placing alarm bot. Recalling my bot.
slightly lower health than he would like.
Alright, Motive instantly off the back of that trap play towards Mound, they rotate back towards right. Breakpoint a little bit further away than they would like, but that Razorvine gonna buy them a little bit of time to rotate back in. Oh, but Darren's gonna have his own fight in towards the smoke. Arceus trades out his teammate, teleports back to safety. Instead, actually, not behind him, it's in front of him. So he's got a great position to play from. He's calling for the rest of the teammates to come in. Nightfall and a convergent pass here, Grammy. This one could be set up for a breakpoint retake.
Yeah, Minimize already taking a lot of damage in that engagement. Still playing it close. They do hear this reload though, aware of positions of these players on Motive. All being prepped now, and rifle upgrade. Stall them out, but Arceus will collect. Flaring out of nowhere, picks up onto 2. Haunt will reveal all, but it is a 1v2 still for Quetz. All to do. And Flaring with a 3k in the round. Cleans things up. Motive will make it to 5 now.
I don't understand how Flaring plays it so perfectly. I mean, it was a great opening pick being found by Breakpoint. A little bit overzealous from Asmodeus. Trades going back and forth. But look at this. Flaring understands that he has put down his money, his snake bite there. He's gonna make the most out of it, understanding that the vulnerability there allows his classic to be at absolute shotgun close range. Picks up a double, fades back into the smoke, untraded, stays alive for the final kill. He's 10-1 right now. Incredible work from the Viper of Motive. And they just look unstoppable. Breakpoint. Backs up against the wall. The C-mount pushes, A rubble pushes have been successful, but they aren't able to find any sort of a proper lead in terms of the scoreline.
Go, go! Players well, of course. Sure will not here. They know that device.
You should run.
Perhaps a little too heavily, but lockdown could solve that issue. Push the players off of that site itself. Asmodeus wants to play ahead of it. Get spotted out and just the safety now.
And you.
Alright, he's got assistance at the very least. He'll be able to go down. Oh, look at this, Vera.
Oh.
He's just running straight down. Darren's got an up. He's found a kill in towards Waterfall. Meanwhile, Vera is just running them in their spawn. This is disrespectful from Vera. He's voracious. He's hungry for more. The last player is a side of the map. Eventually, when it gets spotted out, thankfully, the ultimate runs dry. But this round is done and dusted.
You should have run.
Look at the smiles on their faces as well. Definitely enjoying this one. Great use of the ultimates there. Doing that count on 2-1. Able to fight, and Vera just goes straight in with that overdrive, closing the distance really quickly. He's able to connect onto an unsuspecting Quetz. That's gonna be again breakpoints, economy destroyed, down in the dumps. Do have that steel garden this time around though, so that definitely could come into play this round.
The problem that I've seen a lot of these less experienced teams is they keep losing opening fights. They're hoping to use these ultimates when they find an opening kill, but they're not actually using the ults to get an opening kill, right? And that results in a position where they have so many ults available and they aren't able to actually win rounds. They're just kind of stacked up. Perhaps this is a chance to find some success in an early fight. Bit of a trap play attempted for by Breakpoint. Instead, they're the ones get caught in the jaws of Motive. Motive don't overextend. They just hold the corners of these smokes. Pivot in towards B. No one's there. This is just fantastic calling in Motive.
Placing swarm grenade.
Vera picks on kill, but then just 3 players left alive for Breakpoint right now. Pushing the issue here through his own nano swarm. Player spotted out towards A. Ooh, this flank though from Wonek could be deadly if they're not careful enough. It's been around right now, but
last player
will strike. One is all he gets. Dan for 1 and flaring with a 3k in the round again. 7 rounds on the board for Motive already.
You can see the ideas there. You can see it in the replay. It was a whole setup of players and utility off a bit of contact. They would send in, you know, the saturate, the stun, the fast lane. They try to catch Motive in transition, but Motive was just too privy to that. So aware. They didn't even lose a single player, or at least they didn't lose their first engagement, right? I think it was Asmodeus that actually went down in that initial engagement. 7-1, Motive. This attack side has looked flawless. Early push down towards Rubble. Oh, sorry, not Rubble. Mound, actually. Darren's gonna hear all of this commotion. Door opened. And he's got a sneaky suspicion of where they're coming from. Does he land a shot? Double kill in that situation is fantastic. Motive, double man advantage again as the spike goes down.
And it's flaring now to just hold this flank position, but both the players on a breakpoint. They try and regroup now.
There.
That's Vera up and above. Suspecting they catch him off guard, but I think to the head of Asmodeus. Haunt doesn't quite spot him out, but he is at a sliver of health. He's the backup now, but I don't think they're keen to try and fight into this.
Just gonna opt for a save instead. This is starting to get really dire for Breakpoint. You need to have at least a couple rounds on this defensive side if you want to even stand a chance. Understandably so, you can see why the attack side is so favored for Motive here on Lotus. Despite them not having a double duelist composition, right? They are still wrapping up so many of these rounds, and it's just down to the calling from Motive. Everyone on the same page. It's like a hive mind. Everyone understanding how to play off of each other. Flaring is 13-1. It's absolutely crazy stats right now.
Exactly what you want to see, and it's like Breakpoint now. Too sure what to do, trying to farm up that orb instead, but it might get punished though. He makes it out alive with his life, but
Face your fear!
Fall back all the way. Nightfall to come through over to that A site, but look at the amount of players on B though. The kill's going the way of Breakpoint this time around, but Zen as well as flaring, trying to pick up the pieces. It's just gonna be minimized left in this 1v3. They know exactly where he is, know where he used a Nightfall from. It's on to the first. There's 2 players left ahead of him. Still has a spike in his possession.
Bring them down.
There's no idea where the Vice is, right? Should know that the Waylay was spotted towards A. So his job now is to get information of where the Vice could have rotated off to. No idea whatsoever. The flank is a great position for Wonek to be playing from. But Minimize, understanding of the type of the spike, might give up his position. So instead, he's going to go for the wrap around the world play. 40 seconds left. Sees in his hands and the haunt to recharge as well. How does he put this one together?
30 seconds left.
This starts speeding up now, and I think Place of Breakpoint should start suspecting something. Next spotted out now.
He knows C's clear.
Yeah. He's running straight to that C site.
Is he going for the open plant? No, it's relatively for CT. Instead, he's going to be playing in towards Mount. Wall there. Trips it. Thankfully, doesn't get stuck on the other side because there's 2 players on the retake. You're expecting him in that position. Instead, he's going to wrap around towards Waterfall, trying to isolate a duel instead. Breakpoint are playing it to perfection, doubling up as a squad. Minimize now realizing that they're probably together, has to just wrap around towards CT. A C's in his hands and a Haunt. Can he put this together? Minimize. That with a spike. Oh, but Wonek. Great flick down. We'll catch the hit of the IGL of Motive. And finally get the second round of the ball for 3 points.
Down to the board now. There's 27 bleeding. Still a 6-round deficit here, and not out of the woods just as of yet. Again, look at this fight here. It's a great stat coming in from Breakpoint, right? You have the attempt to, like, I think, try to walk out of B, but knowing that there's so many players on towards the A site, I think Fatisse just calls for the rotations to come in, and what if clearly not expecting that many players to be playing in a small door.
Unfortunate situation for Breakpoint. What is unfortunate is this fight here, as they've already lost Obvious. Favored shots with Asmodeus. Quetz with the answer back, so might not be so bad after all. Quetz, though, you want to take this fight? Alright. Gotta play chicken with Minimize, and Minimize says, hey, you can have control of the mound. Got my players in towards the A side already. Got through the cross, thanks to the Prowler. Laring tripped the Vice wall on towards the A side, so Breakpoint aware of that potential. He's got the Vital Spit. Does he choose to use it? That is the question. Deep poison or up in towards heaven. Back towards the spike. Need to use the Vital Spit here.
Makes things a bit more difficult for them. They do have that Steel Garden though. Right now, and they're not too able to get out of it. Prowler doesn't clear him out. Neither does the Haunt, so the position could be dangerous, but Noah's been dealt with swiftly by Wonek.
One enemy remaining.
Coming back and forth is Minimize from drop, able to pick up a 3K. Motive.
Last round in the half.
Just answer straight back.
I'll find you.
So tough fight towards Mound. You'd think that Breakpoint was gonna be able to win it out, at least get themselves a man advantage. No, it was a 3 versus 3. Spike planted on the A side. It looked doable. But look at the position of Minimize. They didn't check it whatsoever. In towards drop, a double kill found, backs turned. Viper's Pit was everything there just to guide his position, draw the attention away from him. Breakpoint not doing the due diligence at clearing these corners. They'll pay with rounds, they'll pay with their life. Ultimate's on the board for Breakpoint though. Last round of this half, gotta get it.
I would have loved to see a here, considering they had the point as well as the door control, but you choose to fall back instead, perhaps play for more site control.
Open up the door, standard stuff coming through from Motive now. Doing the due diligence, take control of the mound. Open the door, force back defenders on towards the B site. Asmodeus though. Getting inquisitive. Alright, minimize the hop, skip, and a beat. Get a little bit of a mini jump scare. Prowler there to push back the defenders. Sees in. There's a second layer of harassment as the rest of the team slowly trudge their way in towards this C site. Well, next, not much he could do. Teleport from the Omen. Zen gets top of sight and the spike down. 5 versus 5 here for the retake, but look at the ultimates available from the side of Breakpoint. Nightfall invested. The overdrive now fought by Asmodeus. Cancels out the Omen teleport in towards the side we go. Zen gets shot through the bolt of lightning, but Vera has his as well. Triple kill from Vera, looking for the last. And it just looks way too easy for Motive. Not a sweat on their brow. 3 players still standing at double digits at halftime.
Here we go.
Even though Nightfall as well as Overdrive invested, Vera still able to collect onto these kills, has his own Overdrive at the ready, and knows that Breakpoint were on a slightly lower buy there round and just uses movement to its full potential. What if we'll find double digits in this first half itself? Now, over to the attack side for Breakpoint. Things are gonna be a little bit difficult. Sure, they do have the double duelist, but the amount of map control that a comp like Motives can give you with the Viper, the Omen, as well as the Killjoy, I think they have to find some way to try and go for a default and try to throw some picks here. If not, it's just gonna be really like one-dimensional. I don't know if it's gonna be working out in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, there gotta have to be Trinity levels of, you know, double duelists full sending it to be able to beat a team like Motive. You gotta be all on point. Your gunfire, your gunplay has to be fantastic to even take down the likes of Motive. In that one-dimensional type of playstyle, I don't know if Breakpoint have it in them, especially in this map right now, to bring that kind of firepower. But push comes to shove, they have to do something. It is their composition after all. Double duelists. See if Asmodeus and Fetiz are able to manufacture some sort of an opening kill, an opening advantage that they seem to have struggled to find so far in the first half. Restaurant with everything to play for here. Breakpoint needed desperately so. And they're hedging their bets towards this C side of the map. That's where Darren and Zen reside.
Darren, pretty deep alarm bot there to give quite a bit of information. Playing close with the bandit as well. Breakpoint just waiting for any kind of aggression for Motive.
Go, go, go.
They're not on A, they're not on C either, so they will have to start to push the issue here. Alarm board will spot Asmodeus, and there's 2 players over on the site itself. Anchor it down, backside, trying to go for a bandit play, but it's Zen who picks up the first kill. Fatigue attack down low. Zen will clean things up.
Going out.
The rest of the players scrambling on the site itself.
Spike
Arceus
down.
is just taken out of the round by Vera. Zen good for a third.
Yo.
For the fourth, but it's flaring. And the kill flawless round. Start things off in the second half.
It really looks way too easy for Motive at this point. I mean, not a single death.
Spike down.
What a great read coming in from Darren as well as Zen. They set up the crossfires in place. Zen playing within the smoke. Darren just dodging around the pillar. Calls in for reinforcement. Flaring comes into the mix. And they're so diligent at clearing out the smokes as well. Motive don't just run into the smokes willy-nilly. They have an intention there. Big point. They have to force into this one. I don't see a world which they win without forcing into this. They didn't actually force at all. I'm not sure if they want to win.
Great point, but Trade's coming back. The trees and Winek will collect. Flaring now over on A. He spotted out as well. Full of gun upgrades, and he's just trying to hold his ground. He will Storm one over to that A site.
Alright, surely 3 versus 2, you don't give away opportunities like this! Thankfully, Quetz is there for the trade. 1 versus 2 now. Flaring, timing favors him.
Enemy remaining.
Finds Fedis caught between 2 worlds. Quetz isn't even aware of the potential. Flaring cuts them down piece by piece. Easy stuff from the veteran.
Clutch.
And a round that looked like could go in a Breakpoint's favor. Motive just steal it right back.
Match point.
It was 2v3. But Flaring with perfect timing to isolate both those kills.
Spike planted. One enemy
Like
remaining.
looking in his direction at all. Quetz might be aware, but Sheriff really working out in that kind of situation. You have to land that first shot, otherwise you're gonna spell your doom there. Now Breakpoint back against the walls now. Motive. Forcing up a buy, I believe, and they want to close this out fast.
Yeah. By the way, Flaring is 18. So, he's got a 6.0 KD.
Oh.
Never mind.
There.
I spoke too soon. By far the MVP so far, if they win this. If they do get it over the line, Vera seems to be lacking that prospect. Paranoia from Zen. How to stay alive for a bit longer. Vera, is it his turn to find success? It's a quad kill from the duelist to close things out. It's a fast day in the office for Motive Esports. They do not show any weakness whatsoever here in the opening game. 2-0 up against Breakpoint.
Looking dominant on both the maps. They look like they knew exactly how they wanted to play, right, on this map of Lotus. You mentioned it before. You just have Darion as well as Zan over on that seaside dancing around at smoke. It's kind of playing in a way where both of them are like so hard to pin down, and you're just able to find lots of kills and anchor the site off the back of that. And Motive, a strong showing from them today. 13-4 on the map of Haven, 13-2 now on the opponent's map pick of Lotus, and things are looking great for them coming into this playoff itself.
Yeah, it's... You know that Motive are favored. You know that they're most probably gonna win. The question is how. And there were opportunities, speculations where, Breakpoint could come in here, put on a bit of a show, put on a little bit of a resistance, show some signs of life, weaknesses in Motive's compositions in the lineup. But I think all of those doubts of weaknesses that Motive could have, I think have been put to bed. It's been an absolute masterclass for Motive, not just on Haven where they switch up their compositions, but on Lotus, a map that they have yet to show in, since Split, since forever, because, it's only just been added. First showing on this map, beautiful understanding of how to play that map, great calling coming through from Minimize and the rest of the team. Late round situations, Motive clutch it out with better game sense, better understanding and chemistry. And on all fronts, it's just a clean sweep for Motive here today.
Yeah, pretty much. And all these players just playing their part and making it possible. I mean, it was also a round where I think I wanted to point out that Breakpoint, you mentioned that you wanted them to just invest their ults into things, right? And they tried to do that. They tried to go for that convergent pass, but I felt like it was just completely shut down by the toxic screen. They weren't really able to get past it, and they just had to fall back and weren't really able to find too much value with that double duelist on the defense.
Yeah, I really think that they needed to get a little bit more around on the defensive side. And Motive, I think regardless of the compositions that they run, the game sense is just fantastic. Like the synergy with each other, you always see them doubling up. It's never just a single man doing his own thing unless it's absolutely necessary. The only player that kind of does that, yeah, I guess you could say is Vera, because he is that entry duelist. But other than that, it's just a fantastic level of comprehension in this game. And it's really lovely to see that, a Singaporean team, Singaporean-based team, Singaporean players, Oceania also represented. It's just everything you could ask for.
And even in situations that they're down numbers. They're just able to play it with better game sense, isolate the fights, knowing where exactly the opponents could be, and knowing the moments where they can push the issue, knowing the moments where they have to just wait a little bit for their opponents to perhaps get a bit antsy and try to gun them down instead. And it just showed in this matchup here. Vera gonna be taking that MVP, but Flaring, look at that KD, 18 and 4 to end things off.
Shout out to production as well. They've got the graphics working. Let's go. The final map here, 13-2. Vera, yes, credit to him. He was finding a lot of those opening kills, but I think Flaring was just an unmovable rock. Like whatever Breakpoint tried to do, Flaring was just there to just slam the door in their face. Whether it's a snake bite on the ground with a classic right clicks to 2 players, whether it's clutches in the 1v2, this man, I think, still underrated in the grand scheme of things, right? Flaring struggling to find a team back in 2025, eventually gets picked up by Motive, and then they were just on a hot streak so far. I think he's found his home. He's found a team that can actually work around him at his pace, and it's looking absolutely flawless. Lovely stuff from Flaring and Motive as a team here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it felt like really one-sided, right? You would expect for the double duelists to come off a bit more oppressive, considering that they were running a Neon as well as a Waylay on Lotus, but it felt like that aggression was just completely shut down by Flaring with the Lurks or Darion, with the Killjoy utility, like whoever it may be was just like shut down over and over again.
Yeah, it's the name of the game here from Motive. They'll play the game regardless of how your opponents or their opponents try to do it, right? They're at the stage where they are at the tippy top. They're not gonna try to anti-play any specific team, you know, whoever they face. They're gonna play their style. Within the game itself, they need to have some adaptations. They've shown that they're able to do it up against Sharp, up against 5v5. And time again, they will come out on top. It's that resilience coming through from Motive, and it's really cool to see them put it into action here today. And I do think we have an interview at the ready for you guys as well, so let's get them into screen as soon as we can. But yeah, I think it's still getting ready. But yes,
I wonder who will be getting though.
Who do you want to see?
I have no idea.
Pick one.
I think the last few times we had like Flaring and Minimize, I think so.
We had Zan, we had Minimize, we had Flaring, and today we have
Hello.
Zan again. Hello,
Hello.
Zan. How are you, sir? How was the first game of the playoffs of Split 2?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty fun. I can't lie, I did have some first game jitters during the first like few rounds. They got 3 in a row, and I felt a bit nervous. But then we just got a timeout, and yeah, we settled our game.
Awesome. Grammy, you want to follow up with a question?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just want to like pick your brain a bit, because like I think that Haven comp was a bit out left field, right? Because you normally would play a more like aggressive duelist role, but this time you were on the Astra as Minimize on the Phoenix instead. And was there like a reason behind that, or like what was the plan?
I mean, we just felt like our previous comp was getting outdated, and we wanted to just switch it up. And I do like playing the Beatty roles, where I just get to chill and sit back and just aim. So yeah, and Minimize can play the duelist. He's very flexible.
Yeah. Have you noticed that Minimize? Have you noticed Minimize flashing your team a little bit more than usual on the Phoenix?
Perhaps.
It's a question.
A bit. Even Vera talked about it pre-run. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess he just likes to play the flash character. He likes to be the one that takes the fights, or at least initiate it in a weird way as a duelist. But yeah, it's really cool to see that. Looking at the landscape now, Zen, I mean, you've had a bit of time, I would presume, to look at some of the teams in the playoffs. I know that you guys are already champions of Split 1, yada yada yada. But looking at RoSEA right now, I would say y'all at the top. I think no one would disagree with me. But who would you say, who's your prediction to be the second team to make it to the Southeast Asia, the main stage, the main event itself? We had Rival in Split 1. Do you think it's going to be same here, or do you have another prediction?
First thought that comes to mind would be XLB, I think. XLB or Trinity in my mind. They look.
Have any insight to XLB? I mean, it is your ex teammate, your ex IGL.
Yeah.
I would say, I mean, technically ex IGL, long ago, right? But
long ago, yeah.
Any reasoning why XLB comes to your mind?
I just think they're strong individual, especially with Styron in there. I think they can definitely go far, even though they've never been like really shown recently.
All right. So we got a bold prediction here. I would say semi-bold. I think a lot of the people, players and community kind of expect XLB to be a force to be reckoned with. Gamis, you want to have a final question here to close things out?
I mean, I guess saying, do you have like anyone you want to shout out or thank like for this game? And yeah, and I guess also who do you want to play next? What are you looking forward to playing?
I mean, it'll be in our next matchup, but I'm looking forward to play Trinity, especially since they have our number so far. So I want to get that comeback.
All right, then. Thank you so much, Zen. Appreciate your time. Go and have a nice rest here tonight. And we'll see you guys next week in the upper bracket final. So take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Always a pleasure talking to Zen himself. Former duelist, now Beatty controller. I guess in his own words. But yes, always good to have a chat with Zen here. A bit of insight towards the team, and looking forward to play against Trinity and XLB. It's gonna be an interesting matchup there because we do have them pretty highly rated. Trinity have beat Motive before, all the way in Split 1 Challengers Southeast Asia. So we'll see how it pans out here within the sub-regions itself.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be their next matchup as well. A bit of a rematch from Split 1 itself. Let's see if Motive have anything in store for them. But I mean, the other side of the bracket is pretty interesting though. Like you mentioned XLB, right? Another one of the potential favorites to make it through to Split 2 of Southeast Asia this time around. We haven't seen too much on how they play, and like what Zen said, right? We don't have like a lot of information on like how they play. They haven't really been shown yet, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing them tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, of course, we have more games here. We have a bit of an interesting, I guess, schedule coming in for Split number 2. It's 2 days per week where we have games. But here is the updated brackets after the games we've had today. Motive 2-0 over Breakpoint, as we just witnessed earlier on in the day. Trinity gonna close things out over GXR 2-1, and so that books themselves a rematch. Motive versus Trinity here for that upper finals spot. And looking down at the brackets as well, we're gonna have Unsigned 5 versus XLB, Game On versus Rival, Breakpoint versus GXR in that lower brackets, which will be happening next week.
Yeah, so tomorrow's game is going to be really exciting as well. We have 2 new teams coming in from that open qualifiers, as well as 2 teams from Split 1 itself. It's going to be Game On up against Rival for that first matchup, and Unsigned 5 against XLB for match number 2.
Yeah, it's very interesting. More Mongolian players in the first series. We got a Taiwanese team and XLB led by none other than Mr. Styron himself. Technically, I guess like a BLG Acad, some of the BLG Acad players, but they're kind of playing under XLB here, trying to get some reps underneath the belt here for a couple of the new players. So very exciting to see that. Also, a brand new and revitalized Unsigned 5 roster. So you have to keep an eye out for that. Very interesting stuff there. And yeah, it's been a fun day so far, Grammy. I think we've come to the end of the day. It's been a back and forth one, especially for the first series. Taking and trading maps. For the second one, Motive looking clean. so far. And just a reminder for you guys, if you want to stay up to date on all of the action here at RoSEA, do follow our socials down below. Valorant Esports MYSG. We still own the region, it's still MYSG. But we'll have to wait and see who actually wins, right? Is it a Malaysia-Singapore team? Is it the Mongolians? Is it the Taiwanese team? Or is Galaxy Wing going to come out clutch here? So before we end things off, Grammys, do you have any final words for the day?
I mean, we had some very interesting games today, exciting games, especially that first series, and I just can't wait for more Valorant in store tomorrow, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah. Thank you so much for everyone watching at home. Thank you for bearing with some of the tech issues as well. Shout out to production and everyone working behind the scenes to make all of it possible. Appreciate all of your time and attention here at VALORANT Challengers Southeast Asia, rest of Southeast Asia qualifier. We'll be back tomorrow with more action, same time, same place. Don't miss the action, and we'll see you guys next time.
Don't let go of your face.
to take